Hello, folks. We're back. It's the fifth and final round of the
William Addison
Memorial Chess Tournament. Director of the Mechanics Institute from 1965 to 1969. Played in 5 U.S. championships and played in the Interzonal in 1970 with Bobby Fischer. He finished 18th, not quite as good as Bobby Fischer, but who finished first. Anyway, the round is about to begin, and I'm trying to get the mouse over there. Where is my mouse? Okay, there we go. The mouse, boom. And we're going to find round 5 here. Let's see, 2-camera scene, there we go. Yes, we're on. I'm here with Nick DeFermian, and Juan Centejas has helped us get to this point. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible.
Juan Centejas is our technical expert. That's why we're suddenly online these days, and we hope we're entertaining you. Send us your complaints if not. I'll direct them all to Paul.
Okay, we're going to try round 5. We're going to go to round 5 here. We had an incredible round 4 dramatic finish with Kyron Griffith scraping victory from the jaws of... Actually, you know what? Apparently,
defeat?
It would have been... tough for Ezra to have found some of those winning moves, apparently.
Well, yes, as Carlson found out, not everybody can do mate in 35 or 17, and sometimes when you're in time pressure with 15 seconds left, you just can't do the things that Stockfish does.
Right. Well, anyway, we were really enjoying ourselves here, watching other people suffer. I mean, watching the games.
Yes, well, now our viewers can see the tournament room here. That's our part of it.
Yeah, they can, right up here. This is what people are looking at right now. They're seeing this. They're seeing me, you, and the tournament hall, and this screen here.
The pairings for the last round.
The pairings for this round.
Yes, this is the last round.
Okay, the last round. Ladia Jurasek and Kyron Griffith, this can't be right. Can it? Is it the same opening? Unbelievable. Well, let's take a look at board 2 just to make sure that something amazing hasn't happened, because this is the same game and opening.
We need to get onto the ball of chess.
Yes.
Okay.
Let Juan get it.
Okay, folks, we're experiencing technical... This is from yesterday, so we'll take this off. We can X that out. Just exit. Okay. That... Okay. Is Ladia Jurasek and Kyron Griffith playing the same opening? That's hard to believe.
Let's check the other games.
Let's check the other games. This is board 5. The Cambridge versus Evan I. That's
a new opening.
That's a new opening. I'm going to go check board 1. I'm physically going to go look at board 1 because I'm finding it amazing that they're playing the exact same opening. That Ladia Jurasek and
board 2?
No, board 1.
Same opening as what?
As the game of Kyron Griffith's last round. Up to move 10 already.
Okay, Paul is going to use the old-fashioned method. You actually look with your eyes. But, okay, he will be back because Kyron Griffith just won a fantastic battle with the Night-Orb variation last round, and they're playing the exact same moves for the first 10 moves this round. And
that's the same opening, folks.
okay.
So it was the same opening. I thought it was the glitch of the century. All right, Nick.
Okay, now I somehow clicked on something and we don't have the.
Oh, okay. Let me here.
This is
So
all
you go
new
to
me.
DGT boards,
Okay.
and you go to interact, and there we go. And then you go to transition, right here. Boom. Oh, we were already. I think we were doing fine. So there you go.
So second board, we have I am Vince McCambridge playing Evan I, and Evan I just defeated another international master, Elliot Winslow. We didn't get to ask Elliot why he left his rook hanging, but anyway, another battle, and this is on board 2. Let's see the other games. Ezra, who lost that
A heartbreaker.
heartbreaker this last round, he has now the black pieces and playing a Nimzo Indian against Joshua Liu. Fourth board, we have young Eric Lee with the black pieces against Sergei Ostrovsky, and that's a ready opening, so we'll be a little slow to build up. And on the fifth board, we have Shriva Kunal against Mata Emilian, and that is a C3 Sicilian. Remember, Deep Blue used to play that against Kasparov. Board 6, young Ethan Boldy against Mahesh Tejas, and that is a Bishop B5 Sicilian, where white is exchanged on C6 to double the pawns.
So am I right in saying that Kyron Griffith is the only 4-pointer?
Correct.
And that Eladia Jurasek is the only 3.5-pointer?
Yeah.
Wow. Those guys have, after only 4 rounds, totally separated themselves from the field. It's amazing. Okay.
Well, that means either Kyron Griffith or Eladia Jurasek will win the tournament, but could be tied by McCambridge or Evan I.
I think Kyron Griffith has already guaranteed himself a place of second. Is that right?
The worst that could happen, if he would lose, he would get tied for second or third.
Amazing. How much is second place? Do we know? Yeah, well, I think it's quite a bit of money in this tournament. First place is $1,000. Not bad for a couple of days worth of work.
And second place, like 500.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have the tournament flyer, but we'll get it. All right, so this is now the next board is McKellar versus Singaretti, and this is the top board on the A section.
First place at stake.
So, thank you so much. First place in the open section is $1,000. Second place is $500. Third place is $200, and fourth place is $100. And each of the class prizes under 2,000 has 450 firsts, under 1,800 400 firsts, under 1,600 also 400 firsts, and under 1,400 300 firsts. So there's quite a bit of cash floating around for the winners of these sections, more than most section players probably will get outside of national tournaments.
So $5,000 total at stake this weekend.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's see the first place in the. This is the
under 2,000.
Under 2,000 sensor. Daniel McKellar has played a London system against Singaretti, and we always thought in the old days that such a passive system, basically just for wimps. But people like Magnus started winning with it, and then people changed their attitude.
Speaking of Carlson, we haven't heard from him despite having, thrown down the challenge. for him to come and visit the club. Nick, what is it going to take to get him here?
I don't know, Paul. I think you need to challenge him again. Maybe he hasn't heard yet.
Do you think he might be chicken, Nick?
You could be frightening. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you think he's maybe? Well, I don't know why he hasn't come down. We're ready. We've had Capablanca here. We've had Fisher and Alekine here and Tal. Karpov, come on down, Magnus. And
we've had Jon Ludwig Hammer here,
and
too.
Jon Ludwig Hammer. So,
Magnus, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, your challenger, Fabiano, was here playing at the club just 2 months ago. Last month or 2 months ago? Yeah, and so...
no, last month.
It was last month, yeah. So amazing things are happening here, and Magnus, you are history, but you can, cement your credentials in the sands of time here in San Francisco by coming to the Mechanics Institute.
Yes, meeting our local club players.
Yeah.
We've got some.
Yeah.
Okay, here is a picture of last month at the. Let's get this.
There's the camera there.
You're better at this. Okay, there we can see. Yes, there is Fabiano playing Jon Ludwig Hammer.
Here at the club.
And that game came down to the last seconds where it was a draw.
Right. So
that was Norway's number 2 against Fabiano.
Exciting things happening here at the club, and so shall we move on?
Yeah, let's see what's happening.
And this is the top B game.
A Dragon Sicilian.
How did this happen?
Action Jackson or Action Tony, I guess.
Black has played D5 in one go here.
So this is, it started as an accelerated dragon, and
Nick, you beat me back in the day with a when I played the dragon against you, and you also played the castles line against me, I think, or maybe you played G4.
Well, this is very instructive
this is different,
here.
Yeah.
Now, so it's an accelerated dragon, but F3 allows Black to
play D5 in one move.
Yes, exactly. Play D5 in one move, which is the accelerated dragon. And
so is Black just fine here?
Yes, with the extra tempo, Black should be just fine.
Okay. All right.
It's
well, that's top board in the B section, and top in the C section is this game. Another. I just want to see. We have Tony Zhao and Greg Zhao. Are they related?
I don't know, actually.
We don't know if they are related. But this is another dragon variation. Very popular now suddenly, dragon again. After so long of not being... They're playing Naj Drag or Drag Dorf or whatever it's drag.
Well, this is really a classical dragon, but when you play A6, it's a little slow in a dragon.
Even though Carlson plays it.
Well, you have to do it in a specific way.
Right.
If you play the normal, here's Bishop C4 stopping D5. So this is the normal dragon.
This is the old exchange variation.
But then, yes.
But now they play it with A6.
Well, yes.
Instead of Bishop E6, like they used to a long time ago.
Or Bishop D7 and B5. But A6, this is a little slow here for Black.
Okay.
See, pawn to B5, Bishop, well, he should play Bishop to D3.
D3 or B3?
Sorry, Bishop to B3.
Okay.
But then White will be threatening Knight to D5, Queen takes D2, Knight takes E7 with check.
Right.
And that's
problematic for Black.
Yeah, Black is not getting everything he wants and is going to have to defend. So already White's got some opening advantage here.
Okay. That's the top board in the C section. And now we have the top board in the D section. And another Slav, and I can't stand seeing so many Slavs all the time. Every other game is a Slav. And, you know, I'm gonna. What is it with these Slavs, Nick?
Yeah, people like On made it popular.
Yeah. Were you ever on the white or black side of a Slav?
No, almost never. Since I'd go E4 is white.
Right.
Play the Benoni.
Those are the days when, you know, chess players were, you know what I mean.
Yes, you know that. Of course, they said that in the 19th century when people would gambit pawns, and you know, if you didn't take them or if you played defense, you were a wimp.
Right.
That's and then people like Steinitz started defending and winning games and ruined all the fun.
It's just not fair.
No.
No. Yeah. Well, Kasparov kind of came along, and there have been players that have come by through history, and it's interesting with the Alpha Zero kind of showing that it's still possible to play a really aggressive and crazy game of chess and win, right? And and that style is still not gone forever, right?
Yes, since Alpha Zero is the best chess player on the planet and plays so actively, sacrificing pawns.
Like Paul Morphy or Tall or somebody like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's not just cheap chess.
No. So let's see. Okay, so do you know? I don't know this opening.
Okay, this is like it was a Slav, but turned into more like a Catalan or Ready.
Okay.
And if White can take the pawn on c4 with the knight, he'll have a slight advantage. But
one of those typical sort of games.
now, if Prescott wants to defend the pawn, he probably has to go b5.
Maybe you could play c3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's risky.
C3 allows White to get some development advantage. Knight b3 or something.
Yeah.
But okay, it would be nice if it's a gambit. Let's root for some active chess.
My phone's ringing. It's probably Carlson. I'm doing my show, Magnus, and I can't answer right now. We're doing the show here at the Mechanics Institute. You know, the Nick DeFermi and Paul Whitehead chess show broadcast. Yeah. I'm pretending you're Magnus Carlsen, so you know. Yeah. Can I call you back? I will. All right. Bye for now. Bye.
Well, okay, Magnus didn't want to talk apparently right now. He was afraid.
Yeah.
We've got hello from St. Louis.
Yeah, from Chess Weeb. Okay.
Nice to hear from St. Louis.
Yeah. I don't know. Are you representing St. Louis? Yeah, that's true. Some Blobe 75 FM says in 50 years, the new Oracle will say that Alpha Zero was playing speculative sacrifices. Undoubtedly. Yeah.
Well, at least it's entertaining.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps he is St. Louis. That could be. Yeah. Very mysterious. He played C3.
Played C3. Don't
So
really
that shows
like
that
it.
I'm maybe a D player at heart, Nick.
Or prescient, you know. It's all when the horses are running. I'm going to ask you who will win.
Okay.
Let's go to the
Back to the top board.
Back to the top board now.
Now they've played a bunch of moves here.
Let's see if they're repeating the. Oh, look at this. They have
Kyron gives it another shot, and this time there's a different approach, though.
Yes, repeating the opening from Ezra Chambers, but now Ladia just exchanges on f6, and that's okay.
I'm gonna leave for a minute.
Okay.
I have an important phone call. Well,
while Paul talks to Magnus again, I'll just give you the rundown. Now, Karen Griffith, he's a specialist with this H6 system. Now he trades off the bishop for the knight on d4. Okay, yeah. Queen c5, so may give Griffith a little to think about here, because if the rook moves back, black can exchange on g5 with the pawns, the rook on h1 to drag the queen back down to h1, and there could be a queen e3 check coming in, depending on where that rook moves. Once again, Chiron leaves his bishop and rook undeveloped for a while, so yeah, I'm not sure this is the most sound variation, but it's difficult to meet. To board 2. Okay, this is Vince McCambridge and Evan I, and a classic Queen's Gambit accepted. White has slightly better development, but he has to make use of it quickly, otherwise his advantage will just dissipate. Moves like rook d1 and pawn to d5 are often played here. Oh, Nimzo Indian, but nothing very exciting so far. And Chambers Joshua. Okay. Our young Eric Lee. Well, this has gotten very solid very quickly. Ostrovsky has exchanged pawns on d5, and black just has a very solid position here. Okay, there's all the black pieces are out. Bishop on h7, knights, bishops. Just solid pawn chain from b7 to d5. So no problems at all for the black side. So Shriva Kunal against Milan. I think they are still in theory of the c3 Sicilian. White has an isolated pawn, but slightly better development, so can try to make use of it. Probably no advantage for either side here. Again, a slow developing opening in Ethan Boldy versus Mahesh Teas. No action for a little while in this game. There's no pawns trying to take each other in the center, so we'll just see some development. And we're back to this London system, Daniel McKellar against Singaretti. But Singaretti has done something you're not really supposed to do in the London system. He pushed his pawn up to c4, which, okay, it locks the pawn chain, but it gives white a free hand in the center. And white may get in an e4 break soon enough. Then you definitely have some advantage. So Tony Zhao against Christoph with this dragon, where black got in pawn to d5 in one move. And black has exchanged on e4. It's just, well, this game is equality. It's, if bishop takes f6, queen takes d2 check. Oh, Tony Zhao just recaptured on e4 with the pawn, so he's got an isolated pawn. And this one I see the chances that white could get a disadvantage rather quickly. Maybe just queen to a5 for black. Bishop g4 is developing. There are a lot of good moves for black, or bishop to e6. That's a problem when your opponent knows the opening very well and you're a little unfamiliar with it. It's easy to make some slight mistake, and then your pawn structure is not quite right, and you gotta struggle with things. And on the first board on the C section, Greg Zhao against Matteo Hansen. Dragon again, but White's king is very safe in this variation. If we go back to king to b1, where we left off, and b5, bishop b3, played pawn to b4. So after the exchange of knights, the rook went to b8. I think there's no reason why White can't just exchange the bishops on g7 and push up his h and g pawns to attack that black king. Just follow the old Bobby Fischer recipe. Pry open the king-rook file, sack, mate. And meanwhile, it's very hard for black to get into this white king over here. There's no pieces that coordinate well to try to attack these pawns. So my money right now is on Greg Zhao in this game. Oh, what happened here? This is a little strange. Some of the fun's been taken out of it. We had left off with Daniel having sacrificed a pawn, but Prescott, he pushed the pawn to c3. Pawn takes c3. I don't like. I think knight b3 would have been better. Prescott, he's just grabbing his pawn. And now Daniel offers the trade of queens. So I'll count the pawns again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against 7. That's just a very odd choice to trade queens after you've sacrificed a pawn. And you want the queens on the board to attack. And does Daniel have some good idea? After knight to d7, maybe he can play knight to a5 with pressure on that long white diagonal. Well, that's true. Actually, that's kind of a hard move to meet. Because if castle long, there's knight to g5 maybe. If rook to b8, bishop to f4. So
That was my granddaughter on FaceTime. Turn it like this.
well, okay. There's method to his madness. Sacrificing a pawn and going to the end game, but
A pawn down in the end game, that's method. Or madness.
well, knight to a5 could be a little difficult to meet.
So blow, okay. Yeah.
Yes, Globe 75. Yeah, trading that C pawn for the B pawn. That's, yeah, I would be very happy to do that with the queens on the board. You want the center.
But you don't want to be a pawn down in the end game unless you have some serious pressure.
So is knight a5 enough pressure? We'll see. Yes. I'm a little confused by their thoughts right here.
All right. Let's see what's going on board one.
Oh my, what happened? What happened here, folks?
Well, neither player wanted to take a risk.
Well, that is interesting. The higher rated
Kai Joe Slime 81. Definitely. So we have a draw on board 1, which is a little surprising. It guarantees Chiron first place.
Yeah, that's clear first for
Is
Chiron.
it
so-
clear first?
Chiron and they drew.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We found that out. So does that guarantee Chiron
Guaranteed first
You can't.
clear or
Clear.
clear?
clear. Nobody can catch
But some people can catch Ladia.
it. Yeah. Eric Lee can catch him.
So-
But the winner of the Vincent Evan also.
Yeah. So, well, I don't want to criticize too much.
Well, no, you can't
Not
criticize
sitting-
Chiron.
definitely can.
You can't criticize Chiron.
Congratulations, Chiron. You won the tournament.
Yeah,
you are
yeah.
the champion of the 19th William Addison Memorial. And your $1,000 first prize, not bad for a weekend.
No, terrific. Yeah.
And what a game you had to endure last round.
Yeah. So this is kind of deserved. Yeah.
But Ladia, that's, I guess he just felt a little overmatched or outrated.
Is it worth it?
Sure.
Yeah,
he's a
yeah.
champion.
Yeah.
That's
Hey guys.
No, I'm sorry. Not you guys. Lottie and Chiron.
Do you want to talk?
your live TV.
Yeah, live TV. Come on, you guys are used to it now. You're always in here.
Have a seat. It's,
Yeah. Do you want to sit down?
I don't know, the winner should sit there.
Well, you both. Yeah. No. Bring it up. Bring it on. Okay. So, here's how many acting members show up to the weekly San Francisco Chess Club meetups. It's not a weekly meetup. It is a actual 7-day-a-week open chess club. We have our own building.
oldest chess club in the country
Yeah.
since 1854.
So, what was going on? Congratulations,
Thanks,
Tyron. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So I thought you played bishop d3 normally instead of g4, but I guess, yeah. I don't know.
Did you see my games?
Yeah, a couple of them.
Yeah.
We have the winner of the tournament here, Karen Griffith. Yeah, you're not Nick Fermian, and I'm Paul
Not
Whitehead, but and Ladia Jurasik.
Thanks, Joe. Says I'm overpowered.
You're overpowered.
Yeah, that's what he said. Thanks.
Yeah, no, you're really on a roll lately. Well, this is a big win for you, for sure.
Yeah, I think this position, I'm sure the computer says zeros, but I think it's actually easier to play for black just because, like, I always have the option to take on g5, and the pawns actually become targets in the endgame, and like there's really no real attacks for white.
Right. I wasn't really sure where to put my
Like,
pieces.
yeah, the knight can't move, the bishop, like, if you put
Yeah.
on h3, maybe take on g5, and it's a little bit awkward.
Right, and that also allows the c4
Yeah.
square for your knight, which doesn't normally happen in the main lines.
Yeah, I think the way to continue is like you have to like find a way to take on h6, but then like my rook opens up, my queen can swing over, so it's like super double edged.
Right, and if I continue with the main lines of like f5, then I'd give you e5 square.
You can d5, and I just castle queen side and like not in trouble at all.
Right. I have no attack, and I'm not sure where my pieces should go.
Right.
So, was your mistake opening with e4? Now I'm just trying to figure out what.
It's probably after that knight b6 move on move 12. I
Bishop f6.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so is this all? I guess this is all
yeah,
book.
all main theory. I
Okay.
mean either queen b6 or g5 or bishop e7 are the main moves. I think. And
Yeah.
I think I know the main
Knight
ideas behind
b6
those,
is a novelty
Yeah.
on your
It
part.
hasn't been played very much.
Yeah.
Just kind of twiddled around and found this move.
Okay.
A while ago.
Yeah, so it just occurred to me after a few moves that just the normal plans that you do in the main line don't work here because of the position of the black knight.
Right.
And white playing something like knight b5 takes on d6 and then e5.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, like,
those are not good ideas.
They're already like sketchy when you get two pawns or you
Right.
get the b5 pawn, and if
Right.
you're just gonna like not even get the b5 pawn, then
Got you. Right.
and like I
got
also played
you.
bishop d7 pretty quickly, so then
We don't have Armageddon tie breaks, but good idea.
That's the question.
What a great idea. Yeah. No, yeah. We might end up having Armageddon tie breaks at some point. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
For the money? Play for the money?
Or for the glory, the trophy, the glory,
So we can have them do a tie break for this?
Joe Slime also wants to borrow money from you,
Oh,
Conrad.
oh yeah. I'll give you like
Rent
20
money,
bucks.
he said.
Would you borrow money off somebody named Joe Slime?
Yeah, that's true. That's a little chest rich.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This. So
Yeah.
okay. So knight
It's
b6.
pretty funny they got this exact like opening 2 games in a row because Ezra played this
Right.
Yeah.
He played the Bishop
Bishop H4. I think
H4.
it's just bad,
Yeah.
but then I misplayed it. I don't even know. That was a
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, Nick,
Top
Nick and I looked at that game closely, and Nick thought Ezra had a whole pole almost the whole
He did.
game.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't have. I realized I shouldn't have gotten rook takes h6 in that game. I don't know if you can. It's okay.
We can pull it up,
Okay.
let's just finish the
Sure,
end
sure.
of this game, and then let's pull it up because
Yeah.
that was a.
I just
That
thought,
it wasn't super interesting.
Yeah.
Like all the other ones.
I mean,
Well, it's okay. There's a time for peace in chess too,
Yeah.
right? I think. Well,
But I
time
mean, I
for
feel like we're
peaceful-
both natural fighters in chess.
yeah,
I
I
looked
was a
through.
little worried that you were gonna keep playing, but I was like,
I was looking
Yeah, I'll
through
bet.
more games in mechanics, and it's always fighting chess, and I mean that's naturally how I play too. But then I come to this position, and I'm
like,
just thinking
what
I
do
can. I don't know
Yeah,
what to
yeah.
do. I want to fight on, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
You've guaranteed yourself second place,
Yes.
right?
At least, yeah.
So let's go quickly to Kyron's last game, which was in the last round, which was,
Yeah.
and we'll go over the opening with that, and maybe Nick, you could help with that because
The resident Neidorf master.
the resident
Neidorf
Neidorf master, yeah. So
yeah, you played the
Same
Bishop
opening,
H4 move,
folks.
which is wrong.
Mhm.
And then,
so Bishop H4 is wrong.
yeah,
Yeah.
so there's this H6 G5 idea. It happens with Bishop D3, but in this variation, I actually pick up a pawn on G4, so it's like just way better for me. Yeah, Queen G3 makes sense. It's just like his pieces are so awkward already. Knight F takes GH. I think it's the only way to. Otherwise, he loses a pawn.
Mhm.
So yeah, so here I should have taken on H4 and played Queen E7 because it's so critical for me to get the queens off. Like, because these endgames are just like, I'm just cruising, but he managed to keep the queens on, and I just like was under pressure for the entire game. And like I have no rush to take H6.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
That's
good.
interesting.
So like
So Bishop H4, Queen H4, Queen E7,
And-
Queen G3, Queen G5 check, Queen E3 is actually
Exactly, yeah.
completely like, there's a computer line.
Interesting.
seems like that's what you were trying to do in the main game.
Yeah,
Just to move
yeah.
behind.
Yeah, because he found some good moves to like keep the queens on, and I was actually like really worried for a while there.
And Nick over here off camera is very silent about all this. He's storing up information for when he plays you guys.
This is kind of a special variation, and certainly he's right. This is, black with accurate play is just doing fine here. But the one slip gave Ezra the advantage. And
Yeah, he played really well. I think he found a lot of moves to keep the pressure.
And Bishop A6 must have rocked you.
No, I saw it.
You
I
saw
saw
that?
it coming. Yeah,
Okay.
so I can take on A6 and it's a draw.
Let's
But
look
I
at
like
let's look at that.
I would have liked that.
huh?
I
Taking the
would have
draw.
liked that. Yeah.
I was being a little bit
We're gonna
ambitious.
look at
Rook
this.
H5 I think was actually a mistake. I should have just taken the draw. Yeah, I missed Queen H3, so I was worried. I like my first instinct was like, oh no, I'm losing. But then lucky I had this Queen F4, Queen G5, and like somehow everything's like barely holds.
Mhm.
Knight F3 is good. I almost have Queen E3, but he has this really nice. So if I go Queen E3, he has Knight D1, and I actually can't take E4 because he has Knight G5, and like I just can't hold all my pieces. It's like
Okay.
super weird. And the
Even if the queen went over all the way to
so
A4.
Queen A4 and Knight C3 saves everything, and then I lose my Knight on G4.
Huh.
And like Queen E3, Knight D1, I was also thinking Queen C5 there, but then he goes to Knight D4, and then I have like massive problems with my Knight on G4, and then his Queen goes to E3 anyway. So like,
Okay.
I really wanted Queen E3 to work, but I just couldn't make it happen. I was surprised he played H5. I thought Rook G1 was a little scarier. Rook G1 forcing Knight F6, and then maybe maybe then you trade on e5 and play queen e3 or something.
Maybe he wants to play knight d4 or something, but didn't want to lose the pawn.
So he wanted to take knight queen e3,
Oh, okay.
which I wasn't particularly worried about. Then he took, right?
Yeah.
So if it takes queen a7, I guess rook d to e8 is probably the move, just to threaten bishop c6. And
Okay. And then he has nothing better than a perpetual.
yeah, the question is if he has time for rook d4, which so queen a6 check, king
So you're moving the rook on d to where?
e8 just to protect the queen, so I can
Then
play
he can go queen takes
a6.
a6
Yeah, and then maybe just king c7
and queen a7.
and king c8. I'm just gonna play bishop c6 like as soon as you give me a move.
And rook d6 is not good enough there, I guess.
Or d6. Wait.
Bishop c6.
Okay, I'm sorry. So queen a6,
So-
king c7. Well, it doesn't have rook d4.
And then bishop c6 is my idea. It's definitely scary.
Queen
What if-
a5 check.
What if just rook f to d1 when the queen's on e6? To pick up d6.
Yeah, I guess also
Yeah.
scary. Maybe bishop c6 anyway, and
And then take on d6.
can I sack the queen? And take, oh, you have queen a7 check. Oh. Yeah, that's
With
pretty
that
scary.
queen
I-
sitting on a7,
Right.
it's hard.
There are also a lot of ideas of just rook takes c6
Yeah.
and knight b5.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's not so simple. It did seem like he was getting some pretty serious initiative here.
But then it went back a bit, and then
Yeah, so I played it safe, took on h5, but like, I think Ezra's right. I think I'm actually much worse here because the b5 square is just such a liability, and like he can just improve his position. I had absolutely nothing to do.
I was sitting here with Nick, and we thought that White was very comfortably placed here.
I just have like,
And there was a, but
I was happy
then
with this rook maneuver that I did. I think.
that was probably bad. Knight b5. Nick was
Yeah,
thinking
maybe
just
A5.
a5 a6.
Yeah, a5 is kind of scary.
Yeah.
I might be forced to just like shove d5 at some point.
Sort
but
of.
It's not pleasant. Yeah, a5. I wasn't sure what I was gonna do.
So then you outplayed him then, and
Yeah.
pretty
I
steadily.
started to feel like.
I mean,
feeling
here
like
he
I
could
was
probably
okay.
bail out by playing bishop d7, no harm done, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
right.
Had a slightly better structure because
Yeah.
pawns.
Yeah.
But he's after yeah,
But there's always the problem with the time, too.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you start sort of taking over here.
Yeah.
Slowly.
C4. I was amazed there was no rook b5s ever. I was like really, or like knight c4s or anything.
yeah, there's so many tactics, and you guys
Yeah, like
use a lot of time.
with no time on the clock. It's really terrifying.
Yeah, I remember.
Should
watching
White
this.
just play bishop c6 here again? Is he making a mistake by not doing that?
Bishop c6 here looks even worse
Maybe
than
you-
before, just because of now the b3 pawn's weakened.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, on chess 24, the side thing was just going up
Yeah,
and then down, up and
just
down.
like blunder.
Yeah.
Did White miss any obvious shots in this
I
game?
didn't see any.
No.
I don't think he did.
None that were obvious.
Right.
There were some more complicated ones that
And-
with more time Ezra probably would have found,
Yeah.
but with 49 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I did. So I felt like I was better here, but that might just be hubris. Because I thought I could queen e5 check king b1 and just take the pawn.
There's some lines. Oh yeah, can you go forward a few moves?
Yeah, well, we
exactly
will.
what you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, queen e5 check I think is a good addition because it prevents rook c1 checks
Mhm.
when I run
Well, what if you're taking on b5 with the queen? What
instead immediately.
Is that safe?
Well,
Right
check
now.
and then take.
Well, right now.
That might be safer.
Check. The king comes to c7.
Yeah, it's nice because it has a threat on b3. Check king c7.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what you and I were looking at, and Vincent were looking at. There were beautiful variations where you got mated mostly.
It's calculated a lot where I was getting mated.
But the game continuation was just astounding.
Yeah, it was more beautiful than almost anything. Yeah.
Yeah, check.
And I think Queen G2 was better.
Queen C2.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
Queen
you go
G2
back.
here.
So right now, okay,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So right
Queen G2.
now,
Wow, he can play Queen G2.
Queen
and just
G2
give up
here.
B3, which-
We actually looked at that.
Yeah, because if Rook takes B3, then just King A2, and the Queen still guards
Jeez.
B2, and he's threatening mate on G8.
Yeah, that's
So did it win? Does Queen G2 win here in this situation?
very possibly. I mean, well, so I have Queen H8, which is not a fun move to play, but
And then E5.
oh, E5, Queen G2, and then threatening Rook C8 and
Well, Queen G2, maybe Queen G5 is a better defense.
Queen G2, Queen G5, sure.
What was there was
This game was just.
There's
Some wicked chess moves in this.
Yeah.
You guys found it was amazing.
But see, play the game continuation.
Okay.
because
yeah, Queen C2 is nasty. Well, no, but then I had Rook B3, and then I thought I was just winning, but then if it's King A2 move, I'm like,
which is a fantastic move.
Yeah.
yeah, it's gross.
Incredible. And you forced to find this only. Is that the only move?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it was. Although you might have, and then
Because like if I play like Rook B to B8, then Queen C7 is mate.
Right.
No, sorry, or he takes some Queen C7 is mate.
yeah.
Yeah, and then Queen G2. Should I play Rook G3 here? Question mark. I kind of regretted Queen G3 when you went
Yeah.
back. Maybe I think Rook G. The Queen needs to stay centralized.
Yeah.
I think Rook G3.
What happens on Rook G3, and does the queen go back to C2?
Possibly. But then I could play Queen C3. It's like
Oh yes, that would be good.
and like because like I kind of had it swapped. I had the Queen on G3 and the Rook on C3, which is not. I wanted
Yeah.
the Queen on C3 and the Rook on G3.
So Rook G3, it's hard to find a place for the queen.
Yeah, it's really silly because I have no
Oh,
checks.
we were also. I thought we were looking at Queen A4 and not Queen G2. Yeah. What about Queen A4 here?
That's scary too.
Was
Oh, no,
that
then
was
queen,
there?
then Queen H2 is checked.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Queen
Yeah.
H2. Yeah. I'm trying to remember these crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the type of position where you're looking for candidate moves to try and win, but then you're also trying to figure out how to
I mean, both sides-
not get checkmated
yeah.
at the same time.
Amazing.
Yeah, my process was just like, can I try that? Nope, get mated. Get mated. Nope, get mated. Nope, I don't see a mate here.
So Queen
Play it.
G3.
Queen B2, I think I'm lost. Oh no, Queen B2, I have to find like this insane move E5.
Was Queen D2 the right move? Or I'm just take it move by move.
Oh yeah, that was
Oh,
not
I'm
good.
sorry.
That was not good.
Rook B8 was a
Yeah.
lemon.
Gotta take on C8.
This thing. Okay, so Queen B2. If White tries to bail out the endgame, he just loses the E4 pawn for nothing.
Yeah, he's losing
Yeah.
all in games.
We thought that too.
Queen B2 is a good move though. Like, I think the computer said E5 is the only move that doesn't lose.
E5. Who would find that?
I know, and then it's like I'm never gonna find pawn E5. It's insane.
That's
When you-
so E5.
So this
for-
loses by some
Yeah, Rook
insane.
takes C8.
Rook C8, Rook C8, Queen G2, Queen H8, Queen G5.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, Queen G5 check, F6, and then Queen D2, threatening Queen D6 and Queen A5.
Yeah.
And it's lost. Which is like some. Like, I mean, you can find.
Yeah.
Like, if you see Queen G2, you'll probably play it, but like,
Right.
that's.
Well, he's already played Queen G2,
Yeah.
so he
Yeah.
might have actually found it.
That's true, yeah.
But what was
Like,
his,
trade the rooks
yeah.
and then play Queen G2, and I don't have this Queen G3 resource.
right? What was his idea with Rook B8? What was he trying to do?
I don't know.
To play the weirdest move he
I mean, he
could
had 10
find.
seconds, so I think he was just like trying not.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
trying
And
not
maybe
to
the
have
threat
it.
is Rook A8 or something.
I can probably. Can I just take it? I don't even like. I don't know. I'll probably take it.
When you see your opponent's winning move and he stops one score short.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
probably
I did
could
not see
take
anything.
it.
I kind of assumed that he missed a couple wins, but I have no idea.
Well, no, if you take it, he takes, and then Queen B6 and Queen B7, and then.
But then I have
But
Queen
then
H2.
H2.
Oh, you still have that Queen
You're
H2.
getting, yeah,
Yeah.
you're probably getting mated.
it's hard to take and allow him to come down with check.
Right. I mean, queen c5 is just like pretty simple actually, because I cover b6 and like.
It seems
So-
like
so, like,
everything's defended.
Yeah.
And he lost on time. Oh no, he played rook c8. That seems just, after having played rook b8 the move before.
Yeah. Once you
that's
allow the
kind
queen
of-
to take it, then it's
Yeah. But his loss after queen c5. No, I was like, if you go back, I was looking at some crazy candidate moves like that all got me mated. Like, yeah, I was trying to figure out how not to get mated here, and I was trying to cover b6 because queen b6 is like one of his main ideas. So I was looking like queen g1, but then he just takes c8 and queen h8 is made.
could you
Like-
just take on c3?
No, because queen a7, I take your
Oh
queen.
my God.
I know, right? That was like part of the queen g1 idea.
But if queen g1, rook c8 just wins,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, c8 just wins.
Because you've got queen h8 mate or
Like queen e3.
Queen b7.
Queen e3 is well. Queen e3 was a little different because if you take on c8, oh, then I can't take with the king because queen b7. Yeah. So like rook c8 is such a big threat. Like queen e5, like covering, like you have to stop the queen from coming to h8.
You kept your head
So
when you could have easily
Yeah,
lost it.
Pawn e5 is insane.
Yeah, what a battle.
Yeah,
at the
great
end.
battle.
Yeah.
And we're looking at round 3 games, just because for you folks back home, because this was such a this was the game that decided the tournament in a way.
Yeah.
This game, and you came through. So congratulations again, terrific game. And so you have Ladia, you have a tie for for second.
Second, yes.
A guaranteed tie for second. So, yeah, and you guys can just lean back and collect the spoils and watch everybody else have a hard time.
Yeah.
Nick, do you want to sit down? Sit down again because
It was
I'm
nice
gonna.
having our winners here. It's,
Yeah. Congratulations,
Thank you.
for
See you guys
sure.
next time.
Yeah. Kyron Griffith and Ladia Jurassic
Nice to
have just won the tournament. Okay. Oh. Well, Nick, where does that leave us?
Well, you know, when
How
I
come
played those tournaments, the last rounds were nerve-wracking because it's the money round.
Right.
Just like this game, you're
Right.
shot afterwards.
And
So
to
I
be
think-
able to agree to a grandmaster draw sometimes is a really nice thing to do.
not for our spectators or for us, but okay, I can understand them, especially.
I did it a couple of times, had a couple of grandmaster draws, and some fights to the bitter end as well.
Well,
Yeah.
should we have the 30 move rule here? You have to suffer for at least 30 moves.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Maybe your
We'll find
friend
out.
Magnus can call back and weigh in on it.
3 and 4. Yeah.
3 and 4 switched. Okay, so we won't look at those games, folks. Well, not yet. Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Okay, let's
I'm-
see what's
my
going
hand's
on in
getting
the.
tired.
Let's go to the 5th round.
Okay, so what's happening on board 2?
Board 2, Vince McCambridge and Evan I playing for
5?
second place.
Can't be 5.
Rook D1, Bishop B7, D5. That's what
D5.
you're
That's
supposed
what
to
you
do.
expect.
Takes,
Addison 1.
Bishop takes, castles, and E4. Okay, just principal classic play. Bishop to F6, and how do you get an edge for white?
Yeah, you won.
Bishop E3.
Probably Bishop E3 is best, yes. It's pieces develop.
Hansen won outright his section.
Okay. Well, okay,
Let us
Mateo, come
see
sit
that.
down with Nick and show us your game. Congratulations. Yeah. Nick's gonna look at your game.
So, please, yes,
Mateo.
Mateo, have a seat for first place in under 1600 section. Congratulations. Give us some comments on your game. It's a big. You're a dragon player at heart.
And they're watching your.
Yep.
They're watching.
Yeah,
in the.
I thought I misplayed in the opening, and then
Yeah, we have a lot of.
my rook looked trapped. I was really lucky to find that tactic at the end.
So here is your classical dragon
I mean, it's like,
Yugoslav attacks. I'm trading something Larson and people used to do, but A6 is supposed to be a little slow. That white gets sort of a nice setup here. King B1 threatening knight to D5, queen takes queen, knight takes E7 check, but you stop that with pawn to B4. So, okay, it's direct play by you, and okay, you're not losing the exchange here. Also, just the thought of moving this bishop off the diagonal, like
Oh yeah, that's true.
bishop E7, maybe bishop C3 to start with.
Huh. Yeah.
Number two.
So yeah, usually if I were white, I'd just push up the pawns, maybe trade the bishop and push up the pawns, try to attack.
Great.
I think white's a little ahead in this opening at this stage. Oh, it's here, rook B5, and okay, bishop C. Yeah, and so the bishops that used to be holding those two diagonals, and oh, this is good here. He got greedy. He just wanted that material, and you hit him with bishop E6,
Yeah.
and now he's got a dilemma. Ouch! Ouch! Probably what he should do is just go back, but
Oh yeah.
you know, he's thinking, and okay, he can play pawn to A3. Well, that's really bad. Pawn takes something else. But he thought he could do pawn to B3. And folks at home, here's your moment to win your tournament. Black to move and win.
friendly people having good times.
So you hit him with the queen sacrifice.
Yep.
That was nice. That was just. And he can't. Bishop A4 looks like it might help, but
Yeah.
it's pinned.
And there's some chess going on.
And the mate.
Yeah.
Very nice material.
I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even here, like, ear to ear.
So is this the first Addison Memorial you've played in?
Yep.
Well, Abel is making more happen at the club, and the tournament's bigger, so. And where'd you live?
I live in San Francisco.
Oh, so easy for you to get down
Yeah,
here.
definitely.
Okay.
Take the beauty right here.
How long have you lived in San Francisco?
I've lived in San Francisco for my whole life, 16 years.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
First place in what section? In the C section.
Are you planning on playing in any national events?
I would like to. Playing the Tuesday Night Marathon, which is great.
That is a national event. You can see it, folks, on Chess Bomb. you know,
That's
the-
right. International Twitch and our channel. Let me say one thing about Mateo, though. Last week he played our Scholastic event here on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
And the first round, he lost to a 900 rated,
Yep.
and in the second round was on the ropes
Oh man, I was
to
really
like
tough
another
game.
like a 900 rated. Courage and fought and grinded it out and won that game. I was like shocked. And then
Yeah,
the
I
third
should not have won
should not have won it.
that game.
Even he admits that. Third round won that game, and I really believe that kind of grit, that courage, that fight carried over into this. So congratulations, man.
Thanks.
You know, and it says something to have the heart to stick it out even when it looks lost. That determination carries over into other stuff. So I'm proud of you. It's really cool that you brought it here at the right weekend, the right things to happen. So awesome. I just wanted to throw that in.
Okay, thanks so much.
Very cool.
Man.
Well, great job.
Yeah, thanks so much.
And we look forward to seeing more of your games in the Tuesday night marathon and
Can't
other
wait.
events.
Yeah. All right.
For the witch.
Congratulations. We'll mail your check. Do we have
Yeah,
your address
you
and
can talk about
everything?
Yeah, I
Cool,
think so.
man. All right.
Yeah.
All right. See you.
Well, we've got 2 winners already.
Yeah, Mateo just won $400. Way to go, dude.
Well, maybe he can loan some money. Now, who was it who was asking?
Somebody named Rarely Generically said it looks like something you would see in a puzzle book. Was that this game here? Yeah.
Oh,
Right?
let's see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last. Did you catch the last move?
No, I didn't.
Here, we looked and, it was all pretty classical for
Oh,
White.
that's right. I remember
But
this.
then he chased winning the exchange.
Oh.
One bishop off the long diagonal.
I see. Okay, so then what
And then
happened?
he wanted that rook, and he chased the rook there.
Uh-huh. And then what happened?
Well, boom, the 2 bishops raking in on the queen side.
Nice move. And then what happened?
And then pawn to b3 to stop queen takes a2 check.
And then, just like something you would see in a puzzle book.
Yes.
Really? What a beautiful finish. Did you see this?
Yeah.
It's exactly. Yeah.
And okay.
And he
not-
saw it.
And not only
Which
this,
is the great.
but you see bishop a4
Right, saves the day.
saves the day, but not quite. It's pinned.
Now, this is for you folks back home that think it's difficult to calculate 5 moves ahead, this is what calculating 5 moves ahead, in a straight line looks like. So it's kind of, it's pretty cool. And not beyond anybody's capability.
Well, pretty good that you sacrifice your queen, mate in 5, win the tournament.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
What was that guy doing grinning ear for ear? What did he have to be happy about?
Okay, folks. This is good. This is good. 2 of the winners now.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Let's see. 2 results. 2
what
winners.
about the final, the top board on D?
Okay. And this is where Daniel had sacrificed a pawn
Okay.
into the endgame. Bishop f4. Okay, that's
Developing. Threatening knight a5, maybe.
maybe threatening knight. Yes, now knight a5. And
But he plays knight h4 instead.
yes, maybe better knight a5, castle's long, knight
Oh, castle's
g5.
long. Yeah.
But that's
Little,
risky. It's a little risky. It's even
Knight a5 and knight g5. Yeah.
Things could be happening there.
Mm-hmm.
But knight to h4.
Yeah, we don't like that move back home.
Well, again, maybe you want to do
Yeah,
knight
maybe
a5.
it's good.
Except this blocks the diagonal.
And puts the
Oh,
bishop.
you
Yeah.
feel good about blocking that diagonal. Now you're safe. Knight a5, you castle long, you're safe.
Knight's misplaced on h4. Maybe. Yeah, and white's not gaining anything by trading pieces here, folks.
Yes.
That I can see.
Now this is,
And the knight returns. This is the problem with the players sometimes in this. So rook b1 is still an idea. Knight a5. Maybe white will try to get a pawn back.
castles. Okay, but actually
Maybe.
now how are you defending against
Yeah, knight a5 looks
I mean, he could have done something like pawn to a5. on the,
right. That's a good move. I like that.
um,
You must be a grandmaster or something.
well, if I could win first place in a section, get my check, that would be
Yeah. Castles. Okay, so it goes back
Okay.
that way. Instead of going knight a5, go forward, everybody at home. Chess players at home, move your pieces forward if you can, and not backwards.
okay. Now this is now it's become officially strange.
The other thing is, these are the lower boards, and we noticed that they play a lot faster, both without really needing to. White's finally getting that kind of thing that he wanted to get. So it's been a little inconsistent here.
Yeah, the problem is the knight can block the rook, and with a knight on a5, that's real pressure on that b7.
Still, White could try a4 here, and if knight a4, rook b7, attacking the bishop at e7 and the pawn at c6, and
a4 would be a good move.
maybe. I don't know.
He did
And
it.
he did it.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right, he's keeping play in the position. It's now I don't know if you go knight to d5 first. It's yeah, I might do that before.
I don't know. It's going to be tough for Black to hold on to the structure there.
Well, I would go knight to d5. If a5, I would take the bishop on f4. If
Right, and then go knight d5 with a tempo.
yeah, if the bishop moves, then I would take on a4 because you have two knights working on the c3 square.
Mm-hmm.
Also, where does the bishop go on the diagonal?
Right, I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm.
So knight d5 and black is better.
They're
Hey,
listening to you, they're listening to me, and they're getting into trouble.
okay, I'm going to try the horses next. If we can predict this.
We're predicting the moves of 1,400, 1,200, 1,000 players.
But hopefully they're good moves.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Good, okay. All right, so let's go back up to board
2.
2. And Vince played the move that we thought he should play, which
that
is
you
developing.
predicted,
And
yes.
White looks like he has a pull here, for sure.
Yeah, it's now pawn to c4. Well, a couple of things to try there.
Mm-hmm. This is the kind of position where Kasparov would find the move for White to unbalance things in some crazy manner.
Yeah,
Right.
there's some tactics.
He was really good in these kinds of positions, I thought.
Yes, but he would calculate. He'd have an
Yeah,
intuition
and
for
make it
for
unbalance
combinations.
the moves, and he was
So-
like Alekhine with the queen moving from one side of the board to the other, and that kind of stuff. The unexpected.
Yeah, very similar players. In
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
Okay, pawn to c4. We're 4 for 4. That's
Yeah.
something must be wrong. Okay, some initiative. We're going to see if Vince McCambridge can find some kind of shot or some
Like
kind
H4
of idea.
here, or some, the Paul Whitehead move, some horrible Paul Whitehead move.
No, sure. H4, knight g5. I don't. Pawn to e5 doesn't seem to work yet.
Yeah, and bishop c5 is problematic. Maybe rook c1, the piece that's not working, right? Or rook g2 and rook d1, or something like
A
that.
lot of ideas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we will leave that to
Vincent Kasparov. Ostrovsky, is this the correct game on board 3 and 4? Juan? Is correct on board 3 and 4? Okay, good.
You want to verify that?
We're
Okay, that's it's supposed to be Eric Lee's game. Let me go verify.
it is, yeah.
Eric Lee, okay.
Against Sergei Ostrovsky.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, looks good. Nimzo Indian. We'll assume it's right, and so
This is the old Bobby Fischer. This is I'm not sure of Ostrovsky's rating. He's 2000, and is he an older guy? Maybe Ostrovsky.
That's correct.
Yeah. How is Ostrovsky a kid now? He's an older man.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's having a great tournament.
Yes.
He really is.
well against Eric Lee, and this is a Nimzo Indian. This sort of classic white pawn wedge against the blockading
And
dark
White
squares
doesn't
of
play
black.
like this anymore, does he? Really? I
Well,
mean,
Yeah, it's considered all right for
black.
for black. When Bobby Fischer played it, he wouldn't even bother with pawn to b6 and bishop b7. He would leave the bishop on a more active c8 to h3 diagonal.
Right.
But it's not, it's only minor differences perhaps.
Is that the right way to go with the black knight?
Yeah, you want the knight over on the king side. On the queen side, it might
That's
get...
an old idea to play it on the queen side, right?
Yeah, it might get stranded some.
Okay.
So, now knight h4, very good.
Yeah, good move.
Knight g6, knight f5, bishop c8, back to the better diagonal. And can Ostrowski do something in the position? I would think something like pawn to g3 and try to take squares over.
And then h4 or something, yeah.
Perhaps h4.
But it's interesting because even a4 and a5 might be an idea. Maybe, I mean, I know black can play a5, but the pawn at b6 might be just as much of a target as the one at a4.
Well, that was the classic fifth game of the Fischer-Spassky game where Spassky went pawn to a4 and Fischer did pawn to a5 to blockade it.
Right, that's the game I was thinking of.
Because black has the knights and the bishop's like an open board, so you blockade it.
Yeah. Okay. But g3, and that was played. Nick, you were bad. You and I are like predicting every move. It's incredible.
We're around the players and we're learning.
We're learning every single move. It's we're giving them advice. Maybe they're listening in the other room, or they have some spy here or something. So
But right here, I kind of like White that you've got more control of these
I like the way White's played
squares.
this. Yeah.
And I wouldn't bother with pawn to a4 because I might want to go bishop c2 to a4 sometimes.
The experts in have really been rising to the occasion at the Mechanics Institute. We've noticed that there is with the infusion of strong masters playing, the experts are finally like coming into their own and trying to realize their chances and trying to become masters. And much more. It's like.
And also the tournaments, the Tuesday night marathon's always been going, but I mean these kinds of events with the long time control, these kids, that's what they want. They want the longer time control because they like to go deep into the tank
and that's how they're going to have to play
You learn much more from a long game than a
and we
short
think
one.
of young kid equals fast game, but actually that's not the way you and I learned. We played slow games when we were coming up. There were no rapid chess tournaments, right? So maybe that's one of the things that's been lost, and that kids are hungry for the longer.
Well, there are lots of events: the state championship, national championship.
But also, what may start happening here now is us running events with longer time controls and. The speeding up of these having these 1 day game 45 tournaments may not be that attractive as we thought to people in the long run, and maybe going to longer time controls.
You see the image there. Some of the young players against some of our older club members.
Right.
It's such a nice mix.
Yeah, it's incredibly good.
Thank you very much for coming.
Well, let's see what else going on in the tournament.
Yeah.
Let's see Ezra. Is he completely wiped out from the previous game? The ups and downs and last second maneuvers. Well, he's
Probably.
I would be.
Yeah. He's.
Well, okay. So far, just.
So,
pawn to
Abel,
A4.
let me ask you: is this a sign that we're going to start changing over from the model that was here of these game 45 tournaments that are sort of like, maybe people are more ambivalent to that format than we thought.
That's a good question. Actually, I spent a lot of time just now in the hallway talking to parents. And, I asked them, I said, what is it that brought you out here? I go, it's nice to see you because, a lot of the parents already know.
Right.
From other events. And I said, so, what was it that kind of made you come out? Because they hadn't been here before in a lot of cases. And they love the long time control because their kids prefer that.
They want to absorb.
Yeah.
I was saying that to Nick just a second ago that he and I grew up on these really long time controls. Even a local tournament, 2 hour, 40 moves in 2 hours, that was normal. Right? And I've been, TDing for 4 years prior, and I know these strong kids, they want the long time control, and they themselves say they don't like playing events that have a shorter time control. So that's kids want to absorb themselves and get into the game and get to the bottom of things. And
so
go on.
So the part two to that is this was a really successful event for us, no question. So now what does this mean? How do you move forward with that? To me, just offhand, it seems like this is not something that we want. We don't want this to replace all of the events that we do, because that's just not the heart and the culture of kind of what goes on here. But I think we've clearly seen that the demand for this here exists, and I think if we did this once every couple of months or once every month even.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of the game 45s that we sort of have, that are not attracting, we sort of instead holding these sort of bigger events with slower time controls and more money, and which who can complain about that?
Nobody is. I haven't heard one complaint about the price.
Right.
One single complaint.
And actually stepping it up to
and I mean, just
it's possible.
It's just interesting because we got more than double the amount of players we would usually get, and in some cases triple the amount of players. Would be 91 total.
91. Usually, sometimes it's only been 30.
And the entry fee is actually double what is normally the weekend event. So we doubled the entry fee, and we got 2-3 times the amount of players. The combination of the long time control and the guaranteed prize pool just made a difference. It just did. And so I'm going to discuss it with Judith and talk about what's kind of the sweet spot in terms of meeting the demand, but at the same time not oversaturating the market with these big events, because just the fact remains that there are other organizations that run events sort of similar.
Gotcha.
So it's just determining what's kind of the right, and then for our area and our community too. So so we'll be figuring that out. But our goal is to provide the events that the community wants and needs, and do it to the best of our ability.
There you
quality
go.
service, and the one thing that differentiates us is we got this commentary. We got our own GM giving the commentary for everything.
This is like nothing else out there. It's completely unique.
And if you're in the room, the thing that I regret that we can't show on that camera is that big television screen that shows the 10 games right on that camera. You can't see it because it's facing the same way as the camera. But
you could take a picture of it and then bring it in here and hold it in front of the camera.
I could do that, and
we'll all see what it looks like.
And the thing is like the players in the room love going up there, and they get to see 10 games, right? And for them it's cool, and for a lot of these kids it's the first time in a local club event being able to do that.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I've talked to some of these players with this format, which is interesting, is to have the top A section and B section and C section, D section games where they play on the DGT board and have it broadcast. I've had players say, I want to earn my spot to get on there, and
this is glory.
It's glory.
It's
like
glory.
And one of our TNM regulars, Christopher Bradley, right? Juan was telling me he looked so forward to having the
And
opportunity.
he is on here.
Yeah.
We're switching to his game
Yeah.
right now, folks,
Yeah.
as we talk. This
And-
is Mr. Bradley.
And he
He's
said he
black.
wanted to earn his way there. He got here on the last round. But like for him, he is kind of achieved
club player.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
kind of achieved a certain spot. He met a goal, and this is just what makes it exciting for the club player because they're getting the experience of what normally an open section top board would get, right?
And for me, I get to,
Dissect.
make fun of these.
I was gonna say dissect, but yeah, criticize.
Nick and I get to go to town.
Well, I thought Albert Starr's game in the C section was the most exciting one we had.
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
And so anyway, just yeah, I mean, we're gonna explore this type of event more. I know Judith's already thinking about, what's the right way to do it.
There's Nick DeFermian over there.
Well, I'm taking a break.
Oh, but now I've gone out.
organizer is,
Now I've gone
Now
out.
he's got out.
Yeah.
But
That's Abel Talamentes, everybody. Mechanics Institute chess room director, not Nick DeFermian.
But-
in case you're tuning in for Grandmaster, in case you're tuning in for the first time.
But I think the summary of it is that clearly, obviously, the demand is there. They'll come out if we offer it, and we're going to meet that demand, and we're going to do everything we can to do that. So it was a huge success. I thanked everyone for the round for coming out and being a part of this experience. And we hope everyone loved kind of the new stuff, because one thing that everyone that came to this event that have done other events, they came here, they got something that they haven't seen or experienced before
And
at the club level.
There are players playing here for a lot of players
Yeah.
playing here for the
Yeah.
first time.
Yeah.
Which is really something else.
Yeah.
We're getting a whole influx of
It was different.
people.
And that's the cool part we gave everyone that showed up something different that they hadn't done before. It's exciting. I mean, yeah, it's just awesome.
Okay?
All right, I'll
Thanks,
let you guys
Abel.
go back to the game.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have any more winners.
Oh yeah, that's that we can go home early. Yeah. No, let's see.
think out loud.
Oh, darn. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? No, it's just been the one win from Matteo Hansen over Greg Zhao and Ladia Jurosek's draw on board one in the open section. But shall we go back up to the top?
Okay,
Vince?
yes. Start at the top again and go down.
Okay.
What's new? Vince McCambridge. Oh.
Soggy Chess says Abel.
That's Vinesh Ravuri.
Okay.
What does he want? Yeah, that's National Master Vinesh Ravuri. I would have loved to have seen him come and play.
Okay.
He's about 2250 now.
Okay.
I can tell you something about him. So I actually
You can tell us something about Soggy Chess.
about soggy cheese. It should be
Oh, soggy cheese.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know that's Vinesh.
I need my glasses.
I was tournament director when he played one of his first Scholastic tournaments, and he was rated about 700 or 600, and he lost a game and he won two. And over the course of almost a year, he got to a 2000 level, he just played every event almost. It seemed like every weekend. Took lessons. I know Kostya Kabutsky was one of his coaches for a while, and he's had a few other coaches, but he's a really competitive Scholastic player. He's in high school now. I think he's a junior going into senior year, I think. So Vinesh, you got to get down here and kind of be a part of this. I wish he was here this weekend because he would have been competitive in the open section.
Okay.
Very strong player. So what's up, Vinesh? You got to get over here and play.
All right. So, we're glad to get all these wonderful comments from folks out in the internet land. Okay, we'll tell Abel that when he comes back in.
Okay.
So how's Vince doing here?
Well, this game is heating up.
Yeah.
If we go back to where he had done the breakthrough.
Right, yeah, let's
And,
see this. Very forceful. Starts playing some forcing chess here.
Now, Evan decides not to go rook d8 to prevent bishop d6, which is a little provocative to allow bishop d6.
Definitely.
Which can't be taken because of bishop takes f7 check.
Mm-hmm.
So he's letting McCambridge advance in the center. And, is it...
Now I'm looking at a game like that Kasparov. This really reminds me of some kind of Kasparov game here.
Well, it's clearly dangerous for black. Now,
Very dangerous. F8 is, F7 is...
it doesn't mean it's bad because, it's not easy to play like Kasparov. The combinations have to work.
Yes.
And so...
If I was black, the first move I think I'd be looking at is rook a d8. But
rook a d8. Now, something like knight e5 doesn't seem to work yet.
yeah, so maybe rook a d8. But then something like queen c2 getting on that diagonal, or who knows? I don't know.
It's not
It's getting,
one-sided. There's, black
get-
has the pieces out, but it's so dangerous. Like one move, queen e4 or something, and suddenly
Right, that's I like that square for the queen for
white
sure.
can have this tremendous attack all of a sudden. So, very risky play by Evan.
What is a U.S. West Coast Danny King? Okay, Winslow. Yeah. Well, Elliot, we know. Yeah, Elliot's asking me, am I some kind of a U.S. West Coast Danny King? I like Danny King, and he's a grandmaster. His analysis is better than mine, although it seems kind of like maybe not up to the Svidler, that Grishuk, DeFermian, Whitehead kind of analysis.
Well, it's all in the commentary. You can be like Danny King, and you have to work on your delivery. You're like David Attenborough and the.
I guess I
English
should put
pauses.
on my English accents.
Very good. Well,
But Elliot, we're dying to get you back here.
Elliot, while you're there, the last game, could we ask you, why did you let him take the rook? Was
Yeah.
it time pressure when he was able to take the rook on h6? If you had moved it to f6, saving it, you don't have to answer.
Maybe Elliot's gone home.
He might have gone.
All right. So
Back to the game.
Back to the games.
While we're awaiting our answer. Okay.
Eric Lee.
Okay, a maneuvering game. The Nimzo Indian. But let's let him maneuver a while.
He had queen g7, rook f7, rook e6. Okay, Elliot, I'm going to answer that quickly. What about king e6? Bishop takes d1, I guess, winning your queen, but then you go bishop takes d1. Don't you have a rook and two bishops for a queen? That's anyway what we thought. So we're probably missing something.
Queen takes d5 check, Elliot. If the bishop goes bishop d5 check.
We're having a twitchy conversation here
Nothing
with
like
Elliot International Master Elliot Winslow.
it's nothing like when someone has lost a tough game and time pressure or something, and then you grill them about things.
Elliot says he doesn't remember.
Always a good answer. That's
Now you know, you've got folks watching this at home. In case you don't know how international masters and grandmasters think, you're getting an insight into it right now, right here, for better or worse.
okay. Well, we'll go back to the games and let Elliot be.
Yeah, okay.
In this game, I think Ostrovsky, he's gotten a better grip on the king side. So black didn't get that punch that Bobby Fischer got in this variation.
Very consistent play by white, and black has yet to prove that he's equal here, I think. White's pushing. Right? White's pushing.
Yes, White's got more control of those kingside squares.
Has an aggressive stance to his position. I like it.
But when you're playing young Eric Yee, you know there's going to be some excitement coming up.
And this kid likes to defend. We've noticed that, and he's very good at it. And will probably will get a reputation soon as being a great counterpuncher. Against and resilient player. He drew. Didn't he draw Patrick Wolf twice? Or he played Patrick Wolf at least once with a draw. And did he play Patrick Wolf twice, Abel?
Who?
Eric Lee.
He played him once.
He played him once.
He got a draw.
And a draw. And so I think he's going to get him. So he's going to be a very, very fine player.
Yeah,
already is.
He plays like a
Counterpuncher.
He's not afraid. No fear.
He's going to be a counterpuncher kind of player.
No fear.
We'll see some real action in this game. We'll give Eric a few moves to his defense.
That's true.
Back to Ezra, and it's completely solid for black. Pretty solid for white. I think Ezra's going to push, but he got to find a way in, which is not so easy. Once again, nothing that much happening.
Right. Some moves have been played, though, in this game.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to go. Knight B8. He remaneuvers the knight to B4,
nice.
which is a nice maneuver, yeah.
Put it on a good square.
White's threatening bishop A5 here. Knight B4. Okay, White's kind of gone off the rails with his plan here.
Well, that pawn to A4 is a concession. You give that square.
Can I ask, though, going back one move here, why does White playing Rook A1? Does that move make any sense to you at all?
Well, one question is, what else do you do?
But isn't that like passing? Is there a reason even for that move, Rook A1?
Well, you've got me, I confess, but
Okay.
I don't see anything really constructive for White to do.
Yeah, that was a nice maneuver on Ezra's part. Knight B8, A6, B4. Very good.
Yes? No, he's playing very good
Rook
chess.
A1, Rook C8, Knight C2.
Which explains why you put the rook on her...
I guess so, yeah. So that Knight A2 is not possible or something?
So now
Well,
pawn
people
to
have their-
C5.
Ah. If you can do it, I can do it too. All right.
So they're doing number 7?
Board 7 drew.
Let's see. Is that one of our prize winners?
That is the A prize. Now, who's won that? Who wins that prize?
The tie right at the top.
It is for first and second and third.
First and second.
First and second.
Third is a half.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Is that you two?
Yes.
Okay, come on, sit down.
Yeah, I
Take
would
a
Love to
break.
have one of you.
Go have Nick.
Okay.
Yeah, please. You got to give Grandmaster is a rare privilege to have a Grandmaster
Okay. So,
schooling y'all.
Safi and Daniel, and are you guys clear a tie by yourselves, or can someone catch you? Do you know?
I think the
It's a
board.
clear tie for first.
Yeah, the board behind us, we noticed they drew fairly quickly as well.
Oh,
And they were
okay.
half a point behind. So I believe we have clear first.
Yeah.
Or tied first, the two of us.
Well, congratulations. Great
Thank you.
job.
Yes. While we have a moment, I just want to thank the organizers and everybody, who created such a good environment. I mean, I had a good time this weekend playing. There were a lot of strong players in our group, a lot of interesting games, and a great environment for chess here.
Oh, great. That's it's nice. Able is making the club more active than it used to be, but we've been here 160 years, so quite a tradition for chess. How often have you played at the Mechanics?
I'm a regular on Tuesday nights, but otherwise I don't play too much. Have you played?
Usually I don't play at the Mechanics. I think this is my third time here, but this experience has been really great for me. And I noticed that there've been a lot more people this time than the previous times I've been here.
Yes. Well, this tournament, it's been enhanced. The Addison Memorial before didn't have as many people or as big a prize fund, so yeah, it's nice to see the more activity and of course bigger prizes. That's I guess you guys get first and second, so that'll be
350.
yeah.
So should we go over the game? We were just talking
Yes.
about it. It was a kind of dry.
Yeah, so this,
Dry game from
and
the
we could see one of your previous rounds if you like, but this, Daniel, you played the London system. Is that your
Right.
normal opening?
Especially against knight f6, I don't like playing traditionally against like King's Indian and things like that. So there's a bit of kick to bishop f4. I had someone earlier try to play, in the first round actually, a player try to play g6, and I got knight c3, e4, queen d2, attacking his king side right out of the opening.
Okay, so we're learning some theory, folks. It's, if pawn to g6, knight to c3, and ready for e4.
You can't sort of get away with a traditional King's Indian setup, which I don't like playing the Kings against the King's Indian traditionally. So anyways, that's my reason for the London system.
Very good.
Yeah.
So this is after you played sort of classically, but then pawn to c4 is a little unusual.
Yeah. I was hoping for some queenside play later in the game, but as we'll see later, I don't think we got to that.
Yeah, it's a little hard to open up this queenside. That's you have to go pawn to b5 to b4
Yeah.
and
Yeah, usually I play the King's Indian, but after bishop f4, like it's been a while since I've played, and I just didn't want to risk going for like g6 and.
Okay, so you're also being a bit safer today.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are ahead. You know, it makes sense for you guys to make a draw and tie for first. Although we always want to see action here in the commentary booth, you know. Keep us from getting bored. Okay, well, the bishop is out beyond the pawn chain, so that's good. No development problems. And bishop d6, so things are getting exchanged. h3.
See, I was thinking with h3, I was trying to get queen c2 in, and
There's always,
prepping e4. So h3 sort of gets the question of the bishop: is it going to go h5 and then g6 on queen c2 or something like that? Or in the case like in the game, bishop f5, I can just exchange that bishop off, and I think I have maybe a little edge. I'm trying to play for e4 and break open the game a little bit.
yeah, e4 would be nice to get. And here, bishop there. So you
Like,
take the bishop, and your development's good, you've got control, but if white gets in pawn to e4, it should be some advantage.
Yeah.
And does that in fact happen?
so here I'm looking at e4, but unfortunately that knight, can hop into f4, create a lot of trouble, I think. So I don't have e4 right away.
Okay. See here, I might have tried on the other side pawn to b3 to get some play there, because you don't want to go pawn to b5. I think it's going to open this diagonal.
Yeah, especially after like bishop f3 maybe.
Maybe yes.
Oh, I see. Like,
You may even be able to take immediately, but yeah, this could pawn to b3 could cause some trouble for the.
and then bishop f3 going that way, trying to, once that diagonal opens, if that diagonal opens, I guess so. b3, b5, isn't it kind of locked down?
Okay, there'll be things, and then we take, and you take with the b pawn. So, You might go bishop f3 immediately, threatening knight takes c4.
Then probably knight c6.
Maybe then queen to a4. Yes,
It creates something on the queen side, doesn't it?
it could be that there's enough tactical issues come up that something goes wrong for black. To get it all on the king side, it's hard. Black can try to defend. If you can get on both sides of the board some trouble, you might overload. I feel white's gotten a bit of an advantage here. But bishop takes, okay, that simplifies it a bit, at
And
least.
now I get e4. I'm playing for e4 directly here.
Okay, you didn't take with the rook.
Yeah, I was actually conflicted between the rook and the pawn, but I think my idea was originally that if I take with the rook, then he would be incentivized to castle queenside. But then, again, I was going to push on the queen side, but then my king is stuck in the middle.
Okay, it could be an interesting attacking game, both
Yeah.
sides. getting-
Especially like my king stuck in the middle, and then white is ready to play e4 already. So
But here, e4, the classic break you were looking towards, and knight to c6. So takes, and that takes a lot of the steam out of any attack
Yeah.
white has. Again, you're probably thinking of the tournament situation, and
Just
let's
want to
be
play
safe.
solidly, but I mean, I was considering e5, pushing that way. Kind of keeps, I just figured the queen would reroute itself, e7, it can get to g5 that way and still be on the king side if black decides. So e5 I didn't see much benefit to.
Yes, it's sort of like a French defense, but it's a pretty good move. But you could also just castle and decide later whether you want to do e5 or. So
See, on castles, I was also worried about queen coming to f4 and creating some trouble on the king side. Maybe there's nothing if the queen's all by herself.
yes, I think she needs help. It's,
Yeah.
I mean, especially you've got the tournament. You don't want to make a mistake, lose your prize money. But yeah, if you castle queen f4 is not really going to do much. You could bring the other rook over to e1 and e3.
What happened?
So Daniel decided, all right, let's not have a big rumble this
Right.
And I thought I still might have a slight edge, as in the game. After takes, I castle first, and sort of putting the question to black, which way are you going to castle?
and Safi goes king side.
And even here, I might have a little something. That pawn on h5 looks a little silly, at least temporarily.
It would be
So,
safer on h6.
Yes.
So question, can you make use of just that pawn? It can get defended.
Exactly. So this is what happens.
What about for the question, just another quick question, Nick, what about the structure on the queen side? How does that strike you? Is that a balanced structure on the queen side?
Yeah, nobody's doing much on this side of the board.
If given two moves, would black be able to do something over there,
Oh,
or?
you mean b5, b4? It's kind of minor.
Minor, okay.
b5, you can go
Good thinking.
a3, and
Right. So even given two moves, black's not even going to be able to get that much over there.
it
Yeah.
won't affect much
Uh-huh. How about white given white two moves?
on
Is
this
there any-
side.
B4 maybe?
Actually, it was back here where after knight to h5, I thought now would be a good time for b3.
When black can't play a6, right? Won't be able to play a6 to support a pawn.
Oh, Paul even has a more aggressive one than I did. He
Like-
says b3, pawn to b5, then
Then
pawn to
a4.
a4.
But
to
black
break
doesn't
that
have
up.
a6 there.
No.
And that's, yeah, B3 would be, I think you may have to take on B3.
And then that's probably
Better for white.
but not that much better. It's funny. I've played those positions too, where it looks like white gets a great game by playing A, B3, and then C4, but then black just develops pieces, and often that's not so.
And I have to
So
deal with
wonderful
that
either.
backward pawn on C3 and push it probably.
Well, I
and
mean, it
You
goes to
probably
C4,
push it,
right.
but then you know, yeah.
so the queen side kind of evaporates. Just everything gets traded
So
off. Right?
to answer my
Well,
own
the-
question, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
Nothing
pawn would then
shake.
get to C5, B3, pawn takes B3, takes, knight C6, pawn to C4,
Castles.
castles, yeah, maybe pawn to C5, or
And then white still has to be able to play B4. I don't know. You're right. Yeah. It's black is sound there in a way, though, right? Sort of.
takes, castles, castles. So, yeah, it's looking pretty even unless you can really make something on that pawn. And
Give a little
queens are
try,
there,
see what happens.
but defends the pawn. And again, the queen just by herself can't do too much.
Right.
But Sathi has to play accurately. Ah, okay. King is up. And knight, pawn to f6.
But this
kinda-
actually
Oh, that
wasn't
was
played.
after
We
the-
just sort
yeah.
of, after agreeing a draw, we agreed a draw after knight f3, actually.
So what happens after F6?
I think I go back to queen D2.
No squares for the queen over here.
Right.
So queen back
And
to
then
the
rook A,
Everything gets traded off on the E file
Maybe,
if we want.
yeah. So maybe knight F3 wasn't so great. You could have just left the knight to play rook A E1 first, leaving the possibility of being able to play, keep the knight on the other side of the board.
So
I don't
if the knight doesn't move, though, then on F6, if black wants to play that, my queen doesn't have a nice square to go
That's,
to.
I guess that's
So-
kind of true. Could go back to H4.
H4.
But Daniel and Safi waited for them to make a draw on the board 2, so they tied clear first and second.
Yeah.
So that explains. I think that's very professional. You know, a lot of grandmasters would say that's the way to do it.
I didn't plan for a draw. I mean, I wanted to play solidly and see what happened, and I guess, yeah, trying something on the queen side or complicating things a little bit there might have been worth a shot.
Yeah, sometimes it's your mood that you're just, oh, well, this might be wrong, things could go haywire, and you do it.
What's wrong with a tie for first and second, though? Not
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, I think it's hard to be unaffected by the tournament situation because that's what you've come for, to win the tournament. And, well, you did it.
And Sathby, this is your only draw, right? Otherwise, you had 3 wins.
Yeah,
is that
the
right?
first round I took a bye because I didn't want to come all the way here in the late night.
So 3 wins and a draw is a very good tournament.
And yourself?
3 wins and 2 draws.
3 wins and 2 draws.
So, Safi, where do you live?
My family lives in San Jose, so it's usually around an hour to get here.
Is this your first tournament at the Mechanics?
If I remember correctly, I think it's my 3rd. But yeah, this is definitely the biggest mechanics tournament I've been to.
Right. Well, welcome. Yeah. it's great.
Yeah,
And
I really
congratulations.
loved the experience here this time.
Yeah, well, and why not? You took first place. and get to look at your game with a grandmaster. It's awesome.
Well,
Thank you very much.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in
Yes.
to talk to our audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Come
Enjoy
back.
the rest of the game.
Come back.
There are some interesting ones on the other boards.
Are you an expert? Are both become experts by? Is there? What's your ratings?
1850 or so.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, around 1820-ish.
Okay. So you'll get there, both of you, for sure.
Perhaps
Before
in the
long.
we'll be in the open section next
Yeah.
time.
Next time.
Yeah. Well, you're good enough, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye. Well, Nick, if you want to take a break,
Well, let's have a rundown. So we have
we going coffee.
three of the winners. We have the open section winner. We have the that's under 1,600, and we have under 2,000. So let's just see some of the others. Let's go see what's happening in the section Prescott.
A bunch of moves have been played since
You
this.
against Daniel Perla.
This is the best D player, right? Top board in the D section.
Top player under 1,400.
Okay. There have been some good moves, and there have been, just like in the open section, some good moves and some bad moves.
So, okay, knight to d5, which we liked.
E3 doesn't seem to make much sense, but carry on.
And then he, with the bishop gone, the rook defends.
I like
the
that
b.
prophylactic move. Greed pays in chess.
So now, knight to...
Somebody is Nick with the... Okay. Lots of moves.
Oh, well, my commentary is getting criticism, but, you know, what can I expect? Elliot Winslow saying a Catalan without a bishop on g2.
All right, go on.
Okay. So now there is the pawn to a5 to a6.
Yeah, that
looks like what happened.
Black's
Good,
walking
let's see
into it.
You have to worry about it. You have solid pawn structure, but and the knight could have gone to d7.
It could have also gone to a8.
Okay, but now
Yeah.
this breaks up the
Yankees. It breaks up the Yankees.
breaks up that pawn duo on b7 c6, and that's real trouble for the
Black was oblivious
yes.
earlier on here.
Just the last couple moves.
Yeah, just did not see it coming. Sort of set himself up with that rook fd8.
Yes.
He finally got himself out of trouble, and then
He should have done something like pawn to f6, kick that knight away.
yeah, he just yeah.
But
Oh,
We're too loud. I'm too.
It's more you.
Oh, yeah.
Just straight up. There's no other way to say it.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Just plain speaking.
I've been told to keep it down, folks. All right.
You've heard.
so, okay. Pawn to
I know you get the shout
a6.
outs and everything.
Excellent.
That
move.
looks good.
Oh, well, he does find pawn to f6. Good counter.
Well timed. Well timed.
And you can't quite looking at some tactics like piece sacrifices, rook takes b7, pawn takes e5, pawn to e4. Well, it's a lot of pawns for both sides.
Could be a little speculative. I don't know.
Okay, f6 though, very
good move.
testing move. Okay, and gets the knight to move away. Well,
Maybe there was a better square for the knight, but it might be
Yeah.
coming back to a5. No, it might be going to a5 again.
well,
Well,
yeah, maybe knight to, but after knight to c4, pawn to b6 looks like the right move. Closing the file, preventing
what did he
knight
play?
f5.
He played b5.
So b5, now that knight really hits a sweet spot. Okay, but it,
Well, we're not
becomes-
predicting the moves as well as we were, Nick. Not nearly as
well,
well.
I'm glad we're not doing the horses now. So,
Oh, Elliot thought the knight should have gone to a8. Yeah, I was just kidding about that, but it's a great square for a knight. Whenever the knight can go to a8, I like to play it to a8.
well, yeah, a8 to c7 and guard squares. Okay, bishop b4. All right, more action, more action. So,
Attacking two knights at once. And let's see what happened.
now knight on 2 to b3, keeping up the pressure on
Right?
c6.
More moves have been played.
But that's not the end. Knight to c3, closing down the file, and
Preparing rook b6 or something, or knight e2 check.
yeah, I think things went a little awry here for
Winslow
Wow.
just said that Hans Niemann won a game in the South Bay
Yeah.
with knight to a1 mate.
I can pull that up.
That would be hilarious to see.
Well, that's a
At
pretty
some
nice
point.
move.
Hans Niemann is honed his skills at the Mechanics Institute and was actually just the most wonderful little kid to have around here, full of brass and just. I think is the only player to have won the TNM with a perfect score. Or maybe, well, yeah, he might have been. He just rattled everybody.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
With Nick. Right here.
Nice move.
Against Andrew Hong.
Okay.
Nice. Of course, he's winning it. He's winning anyway. But still, what a nice move.
91.
The U.S. Cadet Championship. So,
We just looked at that game. Thanks, Elliot. That was very amusing, and it gives us a chance to think about Hans Niemann and what a nutty little boy he was.
well, he's gotten to be a really good chess player.
Yeah, an international master. Yeah.
So let's see the action. He sacrifices the exchange,
Probably going to get it back right
but
there.
takes his pawn back, forking the rooks. So he's going to be at least even in material. Action game. And Prescott
B4.
says, fine.
Okay.
Just... Now, you don't have to take right away.
That
but
closes down the C file and the A file. It's looks like a good move, but maybe it's I'm not sure. Maybe white is better here, huh, Nick?
Well,
Maybe.
Okay, now material is back to even.
What a game.
Pawns are kind of split up. Yeah, it looks about even
I
here.
was thinking knight c5, rook d6, and
Knight c5. Now you may want to play e5. Try
Right.
to open up the game.
right.
I would try that because bishops like open positions more
Yeah.
than knights.
Yeah.
Rook d6.
He plays my move, my passive move.
Okay, but at least that rook has an eye on that a6 pawn.
Yeah. E5 is still possible.
So yeah, not sure white's better at all.
Yeah.
It looks
I
about
agree.
even.
I agree.
Okay, good move. Get the king in, and right. I would have brought.
That doesn't make much sense.
I would have brought the black king in, but the game looks about even. We can't predict a winner here. Are you going to go on the record and say who you think's going to take this point and win the D section?
You're asking a lot. For this game, there's something about this that this is what do you think? If black plays e5, black is neglecting to play e5. But even if white, I guess if white gets the king to c4 or something, then maybe he could play.
Then white
It's
is
hard-
definitely better.
But it's hard for white to do anything with like if he exchanges the knight for the bishop at c3, loses the a6 pawn, right? Seems to be no way that white can play knight takes c3 without losing the a6 pawn.
Yeah, it's
It's like they're both in Zutzwang or something.
well, if the white king gets to c4, he's got an advantage.
Yeah.
But
I guess I didn't answer your question, Nick.
no, I'm not going to ask you who you've got for the Kentucky Derby. Okay, back to the
Back
top.
to the top.
Let's see what has happened in that game with Vince McCambridge.
You know what? I thought I saw Vince blunder a piece, and but I'm not going to. I'm coming with that to you now.
Okay.
Black did play rook a8.
Rook d8, pressure in the center, threatening rook takes d6. So
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
what is white doing?
Oh, I see. White played queen
Queen
e4, and
E4.
now I thought rook d6, but now I see that maybe white has bishop f7 check, and rook takes d6.
Well, it's yeah.
Which I didn't see before, because I thought maybe Vince had just blundered a piece with that move. But
Very interesting. Rook takes d6, bishop takes f7.
that looks forced, right? Bishop f7 check.
King takes f7, and probably you do rook takes
Yeah.
and there is an attack.
There is a definite attack, and all pieces are hanging all over the board.
Oh, wow, yes. See, he's playing like Kasparov.
Yeah, queen takes h7. I know, it's like we brought Kasparov to life here in the club with this opening, and for some reason, so what happened? What actually happened?
Well, all sorts of actions. So, yes, because now you're threatening something like...
Like bishop f7 and queen h7, maybe?
Yes. All White's getting serious attacks, and he goes knight takes e5. The tactics start.
Wow. Okay, so I guess can White win a piece with bishop takes e5?
So,
we'll find out.
now you get an extra piece.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens.
That must be the testing move.
So, what move now? There's do you go bishop takes e5? He does, threatening
Bishop
maybe
h2 check.
h2 check. Which I wonder. Wait a minute. If you went bishop takes b7, bishop takes h2 check, take that, recapture on e4.
And White has a rook and 2 pieces.
Rook, bishop, and knight for queen.
For a queen
and 2 pawns.
And 2 pawns. What a great calculation, great line, Nick. Great line.
Okay, this game is really
But
heated up.
it looks like, what if White just plays knight takes e5? What's the
Knight takes e5. You could do rook takes d5. Rook takes d5. Pawn to f6.
Now what's the material there? White's up a rook, right? Yeah, so
he does this.
Vince is doing what I thought, just like where's the substance here?
Okay.
Black is
Rook takes d5.
is this too much material?
Well, White is going to be at least ahead, like the exchange for a pawn. This isn't...
I think Evan is in trouble here. I mean, Vince... Yeah, exactly. Right. White's going to trade queens on d4 or something, or...
Okay, well,
Yeah.
he has to do rook takes d5.
Vince is looking good here.
And is there some move like rook takes d5, queen to e6?
Well, again, maybe just rook a d1, right? Or
And then pawn to f6, leaving
the exchange. But
pinned.
it'll just be, even if you win that knight on d5, you're going to be the exchange.
Well, no, I'm going to win the exchange back with bishop takes d5.
Oh, if you can take the knight as well, right? Yeah.
But here there's nothing to think of. You have to play rook takes d5.
What about knight d7? No. Yeah, rook d5.
So queen to e6 we're wondering about. Rook to d, he does. Well,
This is some deep calculation here.
rook to d1 forced, pawn to f6. Oh, and there may be some wonderful counter, because I'm looking at rook a to d1, pawn to f6 with pins everywhere, except then there's... Oh, I was thinking there was a shot rook to d6, because on bishop takes queen, rook takes queen on e6, rook takes rook to d8 mate.
Nice, beautiful variation.
However, black counters with rook to d6.
Beautiful variation.
Queen takes d6.
Black counters with, what's that?
If in that variation, rook a d1 f6, rook to d6, black counters with queen takes d6.
Rook takes d6.
And bishop takes queen.
Aha.
So, okay, some tactics, pins, counter pins. This is interesting. I think we should let you work that out at home for a little while.
I wouldn't want to be either player here. It's in the last round. This is why I'm a commentator.
Okay, let's give them a little time on this and check out the others.
All right.
I wanted to see Eric Lee.
Yeah, okay, so a few moves have been played here.
Okay, Eric Lee, the defender. And he just tries to take some squares. He's
Guess he's
making that.
ready for that, maybe. But he's now thinking.
Okay, this.
He's running behind on the clock. But he does that. He's a bit of a time pressure guy, I think, as well. He likes to go into the deep thinks.
Okay, we will see. It's a good battle over here.
It's kind of developed like it was supposed to, in a way. Yeah, it's got
Persona showed up. He's checking everything out. I told him, hey, stop by and
fantastic.
chime in with the two of them.
Yeah. It'll be great. Persona Rayo, the international master, is here and going to come on in to yak with us. Get him a chair.
Okay, yeah, or actually
He
maybe
can
I'll take
sit.
a little break.
Yeah, you
if
can
that's-
definitely take a break.
Let's just run through. Ezra's playing. Maybe it's slight advantage for black.
So
Any more
will
moves?
D4 shut out the? D4 will attempt to shut out. So this is what's been going on. Black. I mean.
Now,
Wait, whoa. Could black, I guess, didn't want to take the knight at F3 here.
No.
What about knight D3? Is knight D3 possible?
Oh, knight D3 looks like a shot.
Maybe Ezra is tired. Doesn't that just...
Knight takes D3, queen to C. Oh, it's knight D3 with a shot. Wow.
And not that difficult to see. I saw it like in a flash. And he's... I don't know, maybe I'm missing something.
No. That just... Well, the bishop will get the pawn on A5.
Oh,
Pawn
that's
takes,
true.
Bishop takes.
Maybe he didn't like that.
Still, I like that for...
But, okay.
Yeah, this is nice for black also. He's got more space.
Knight D3, HG4, knight takes B2, Elliot Winslow. Hey, Elliot's needs to eat his Fruit Loops.
Okay. All right, some advantage for Ezra and
Yeah. Okay, this is...
Srivastava against Matai.
Let's see what's going on with this game. We have to get to some of these middle boards.
Right.
This is still in the open section, folks.
Okay, this is
White's been playing with a nice space advantage for a long
on
time.
the other hand, he has the isolated pawn. You can go rook to D8 and
Right.
cover the D5 square. So black is okay.
Yeah. Complicated. Okay. What's the next game?
Next game, Ethan Boldier.
Oh, so is
against
this the top
Magnus.
8 play? Let me see. Hold on. Is this still the open section? Oh, yeah, board 6. This is the board 6 in the open section. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, one of these bishop B5
And black seems to
be doing quite well. Ooh,
what is he giving a pawn? No. Bishop rook takes E6, bishop C8.
It'll be game.
out of such thing tactics.
All right. Sure. Bye-bye.
Okay, it's still going. I like black.
I
in
like
this.
black too, unless rook E6 is possible, but I like black for sure.
Yeah.
A nice attacking stance.
Two bishops, the
Yeah.
center. So,
Exactly. You can see Alekine on the black side, or Kasparov or something. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is not. Okay. So now we've seen the draw on board 1 of the A section. Now let's see the draw, the top board in the B section. Tony Zhao versus Bradley.
Okay. Yeah, we've neglected this game.
Yeah,
so
we have neglected this game. Let's go to
let's
the
go
beginning.
back a bit.
Yeah.
It was this accelerated dragon where
Right.
black gets in D5 in a classical dragon,
Uh-huh.
one move.
Right.
So it's nice that way for black. And pawn to e5. Okay, that is.
Black's been making moves that very forcing moves, and they look like the right moves, but maybe this position's not
Well,
as clear as it could be.
at least white's got an e5, so something's happening in the center.
Maybe rook instead of rook fd8, maybe Black could play e5 himself and then rook d8. I don't know. Here e5.
e5 could be a good move, followed
Maybe,
by bishop
maybe not.
e6. But yes, we'll continue. This
Okay.
is an action position.
Yeah.
Wow, knight d5. Could have gone knight d8. So if knight takes d5,
What
which
happens?
probably happened,
Yeah. Oh no.
rook takes d5.
Black sacrifices the exchange. But let's see what happens.
Now, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5 on the pawn.
That's, I think, not what
King to
happened.
b1.
Bishop f5.
Well, that's okay. It's
It's something. It's some typical dragon thing.
a real dragon exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
So he just trades into an endgame, safer. But okay, as long as the e5 pawn is all right, then white is okay.
Right.
Rook to f8, bishop e6.
Probably forced, or at some point, maybe though, maybe not. Huh?
He could have gone bishop f5.
Right. That's true. And then h5 or something. If bishop f5, bishop f7. Maybe not good.
Maybe It's,
Maybe not good.
okay,
Yeah.
so he traded, getting double pawns there. Although the pawn on e5.
Entombs the black bishop for the moment.
Yes, if that pawn on e5 needs attention. So,
Yeah.
And you have some nice light squares because of that.
And
double
rook a2 is a threat.
So, okay, guarded. Rook to d5. Now you'd think he'd go pawn to c3. Maybe rook to f8. Could also go bishop takes a7.
Right, transforming the position. But c3 gives black problems. I mean, maybe because white looks like he can sort of build up his position.
Yeah, white's got some edge here.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Browley. Take this phone call. Hello?
Hi.
Actually, that's perfect timing because he left his seat. Got I am Prasanna Rao.
Oh, hi. Please have a seat. Paul is taking a call from Magnus, so
We're looking at the...
we had a very interesting game, so perhaps you can help us with it. I am Vince McCambridge against Evan I, and all this action started in the center here,
just looking at this game.
where he took on e5, takes, rook takes, pins, a whole rook up, but he had to defend it and pawn to f6. And a move like rook d6 doesn't work. So there seems to be no way out of this
Yeah,
pin.
I was just also wondering here, what can white do, but I think that's what was the question is.
So he just gets his pawn back, takes, and
I think here black is clearly better after this.
takes, check.
Yeah, because after king h1, he has queen f2.
It's a if he takes with the queen, a little better for black in the endgame maybe.
Yeah, I think queen d5, rook d5, rook e6 probably.
King to f2.
I'll tell you one
At
day.
the same place, right?
Maybe it's about even if the king gets to
I
e4.
remember getting
So probably he has to start with king f7, then king f2,
king check
e6,
takes,
takes,
take.
and then you have
Yeah, I had some pretty grinding jobs.
king
in my
d4,
past,
but
a dishwasher for 2
Pushes the king
years.
back
back and then just go
to d7.
7.
So maybe it was, but he wants to play for the win. So he took with the rook check, have to do king to h1.
Direct care.
And now I'm like really curious that okay, after king h1, queen f2,
Trying to get these pawns and get a monster past c pawn.
but I feel like black is kind of better now, right? I mean, let's say king h1, and then you have queen f2.
Well, you'd have to play queen f2, pawn to h3 to stop the checkmate.
So then I take queen to b2.
Queen to b2, and we need some special move for the white side. Maybe like queen to f5.
And I was lucky to come back when I did because I saw a lot of people that asked me
Queen to f5.
within 2 or 3 years of my getting back here. John Grief, Alan
I can pick queen c1 check, king h2,
Yes.
and then go queen h6.
My best friend.
Yes, yes. And then it's not rook to d6.
And then I come queen e3. But then you have e6 still.
Yeah. So it keeps it kind of unclear. But White's not controlling it. White's sort of reacting. He's gotten the position a little loose, and losing this pawn, that pawn becomes strong. So you want to comment?
More.
No, I don't want
You see like the survivors.
So no, it's easier for Black to play this position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Way past.
But still, I'd rather see this game than the end game. It's much more fun to watch.
yeah, for sure. I
Do you want me
mean,
to come next Saturday or not?
black is doing fine, I guess now. But I think queen d5 would have been.
You should do it. You should do
Yeah,
it.
queen f2,
I would like to. He keeps like telling me not to come, but
queen b2.
No,
I really want
you should
to.
definitely do it.
she's full of crap.
I am.
I
not.
told her, you know what, this week, play. I want to see you play.
He's like,
Yes,
he's
once you get this
like, I don't want you to
b2 pawn, there's always possibilities for Black. So White has to really press the initiative.
But coaching, teaching kids is fun too.
like
You actually
Queen
learn
F2
something
Queen
yourself
F2.
by teaching.
Have to
I can
stop the
teach somebody how to
checkmate.
mate with a king
Yeah.
and queen, and I'm like, I get
You gotta
insight
make it a
into
story.
chess.
So you gotta make a story.
I think he has rook d1 here, probably because. Ah no, rook d1 just queen b2.
Try and chase the dog.
I thought like a black white has queen c6, but okay, queen into
So you
e5.
gotta corner him. So once you have
Yes,
corners,
yes.
you gotta ask Grandpa to come help you.
No, it's
Grandpa comes step by step.
White has to be creative to get enough
Yeah,
counterplay.
yeah.
Down to 11 minutes also.
Kids remember that.
h3.
Okay.
If he just has courage and takes the pawn on b2,
Ouch.
he makes
well, I
White
teach
justify
the adults
himself.
at my job how to play chess, and I put tactics up for them like
Maybe
every
we'll
day. So
give them a break and move on to the other
I
games.
do love chess.
Eric Lee here,
Yeah.
youngster doing extremely well here. What do you think?
Yeah. Hang out here and
White has the bishop pair.
We've got the same crazy
But he has
hair
the
look,
bad
though,
bishop.
So.
I used to have
Yeah,
pretty
bad bishop and the
wild
double
hair.
pawns, typical Nimzo Indian.
I think objectively, if black gets f4, black is clearly better, right, in this position.
We have to be very careful.
Yeah, big f4, but
pawn takes out.
takes and e5 is like, but if he gets f4 in time,
Let's see my schedule on Tuesday.
so probably start with, I think he has to do some rerouting of the pieces, first go knight g8 and put the knight on f6, and then take fe4 and create a hole on the g4 square.
Yeah, but you're gone. You gotta.
Yes, and White will have to do something. Maybe knight g8 is the best move, attacking the bishop, bishop to g5,
Queen f8.
queen f8. Okay.
I didn't schedule the dinner, but my counterpart did. I was just told to be prepared to take them out drinking afterwards, which I think is a bad idea on a Tuesday.
Yeah, there's
Because then Wednesday I have to be.
White
back
can
to
look
work.
for some break with f4 or something, but White wants the position open at some
I definitely think I can.
What does Elliot say now?
24 people watching, no one's speaking.
Bishop G5, Queen D7.
We're looking at knight to G8, Bishop G5, Queen D7 trying to get a check on the H3. We'd probably have to take on F5 then.
Yeah.
My first round. And then I woke
Yeah,
up.
okay. I think Eric Lee has defended very well. He was worse off after 10 or 12 moves, but he's been very good taking care of the squares, not giving Ostrovsky an opportunity to break it open.
A lot of times just the win.
I think like black might be when black has the initiative. I cannot say that black is clearly better, but he has the initiative after 98 probably.
Oh, thank you. I know, I messed up.
Yes, it kind of depends. I mean, can white get in something? Bishop G5, pawn to H5. It's,
Yeah.
white needs to do something.
White needs to play something like EF5 and F4 or something like
Yeah,
that,
and-
right?
Yeah. Am I in the negative?
And H5 and all the good moves, right?
If we give white
all at once.
five
Five
moves,
moves and the game will be definitely over.
then we like this. Okay, let's see. We've had 3 winners already. Poor Ezra lost this heartbreaking game last round.
Last round, I was just looking at the games last round and he had like a win in 2 moves.
You did Chambers
At the end game.
with the rook, 2 rooks and the queen.
Yeah.
He had a win. Apparently, it was a complicated win. Though.
Yeah, it was like a subtle win, but it was
Yeah.
like a win that he missed. And it was like a really pretty, that the king is completely open. I don't know if you can set this.
We can look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go back. Let's look at his game here. This looks more positive. I like this move. H5, getting another attacker down here. Is that bishop hiding way down there? Is
That bishop is a monster.
it's looking fun for Ezra. He deserves something after the last round.
round. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Last round was brutal for him, but
They really don't. Really bad.
Oh, that's a hard move to meet. Because pawn to H4 opens that diagonal. If you go pawn to H4
I can just take bishop E5, knight E5, rook E5.
and knight forks the king and queen at the end, well, that would be a brutal way to go.
Isn't in this position? Isn't black always his privilege to play bishop C4 and rook D3 as well? Yeah. Rook takes D3.
Oh, it
Bishop
looks,
C4, knight C4, rook D3 as well.
this
Queen
is
D3 or rook E3 is meant by knight E4, right?
No, bishop takes C4.
Yeah, knight. He will probably take knight takes C4.
Has to, and then rook take. Oh, queen takes D3. Yeah, queen takes
D3.
D3.
Yeah.
As well.
Used to it.
So that's also possible. And then the queen goes back to G6 or something.
Yeah, I think he's just playing for more, and he doesn't want just queen into D3. I guess.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we're going to see a bloodbath here soon. So
Yeah, okay.
give him a few moments and then we can
want
come.
a bloodbath.
We can go in for the when it's time for the kill.
All right. So
Okay, now this was a solid game by both players
and this is where we're at now.
and looks about even. Both sides have control over the center.
I would. Yeah.
Yes. Again, let's wait for some more action.
Like if I'm drinking,
Yeah,
You could take either of these. Bishop takes. Or bishop takes. Wow, very even.
good old fashioned.
So you consider like whiskey like
I know that I
Still-
can't like.
Oh, this was the game where we were worried about rook takes e6, but he prevents that.
I know not to touch.
And looking to get the bishop back to this
Feel it is
diagonal.
just like asking for trouble.
Black could have played A5 himself, but maybe he was starting to worry about rook takes E6, so he decided to do this instead.
Well, it's a good place for the bishop.
That's true too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it just looks like black is better here.
Yeah, I think like here probably knight D4
Yeah.
should be played because
Oh, awesome.
you have to take the bishop on C7 and kill the double pairs.
Yeah, that's a good move. It's a very good move. I think, unless unless it loses.
Well, yeah, like that. That's,
So so he could play knight d4 and with rook e6 and knight b5 both coming.
Okay.
Good move, of course. You know.
He still has to play e5, but he still has like a lot of control over the center.
Yeah.
But I mean, and also the knight on g4 is misplaced a little bit.
A lot.
so still good for black, but not a knockout punch.
Now this
draw
is
and hold.
top board of the B section. This is the top B players. Board 1 for B section. So
Bishop c3, a little passive, and maybe you double and
should have played c3. Why not? C3.
okay.
Yeah.
So I think we'll have more to see here. Maybe a couple of ups and downs to come in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think rook c3 is pushing it a bit too much.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, true.
But is rook c5 up, and then bishop e5?
Okay.
Of course, rook
Oh,
b,
you had 8.
bishop b4.
You could win that.
Yeah.
Like,
And then the rook goes back to c7, and then bishop goes back to c3, and
You can just force it out.
maybe, yeah.
Well, they'll find something. Paul he started out predicting a move so well, and then
Both
he
of us were
screwed up.
perfect.
Yeah.
We're perfect.
And then we just
predicting moves for
couldn't
every.
get what they were going to do.
And
so
then we
that's-
started losing our touch. How have you been? Have you been playing in chess tournaments? This is Persona Rayo, everybody. We don't have your name up here, but there are people watching, so I'm saying Persona Rayo. And have you've been playing in a couple chess tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I semi-retired for some time, but now I just played the National Open.
Oh,
So,
and you did well, right?
I mean,
You tied for second?
no, I did not tie for second.
Oh.
I scored like +3. So,
That's a good score. That's a good score.
But
yeah.
still,
I remember your name in the prizes.
yeah, so I won something, but not something significant. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, and then I am just coming back to chess again. I'm playing the World Open in Philadelphia now. So I'm just coming back a little bit. So I'm playing small tournaments. I'm not playing small tournaments, playing big tournaments. But yeah, it's good to be back though.
Good luck. Good luck. Yeah. We've had the luck to have you playing here, so we're glad to see you back. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be playing here more for sure now. So
Cool.
Great.
Oh my god, ew.
What did we get here? No,
This was the D section, the
We're
top
going-
board of the D section.
we're going back here where we had the knight against the bishop, and things have happened. Things have been moving.
This was an interesting game too, and he did get his king to c4.
And the rook came
This
down,
happens.
but the knight
You
guarded.
know, this looks like a very well played game. I hate to say it, but there's been some very good moves, maybe more by black than by white, but this is, for two D players, this gives a very good impression in this game.
That's why they're leading this section.
Yeah,
I think black is better now.
sure.
He has better chances of winning.
Again.
Actually, something like king to c3. It's
King to see rook a2,
So I see what they're
rook
forward.
b7 check,
king f6.
pawn to f3.
It's always gonna be a second time.
Not sure. The
But then I
Yeah,
just
this
take
tequila
rook
is
h2
really good. I
and
did
then
rook takes.
The last time I
c7
did
I
an
go rook
entire night of tequila,
f2.
somehow
and then
Magic
the
there
F3
ended
bar.
up on top of the bar. So, so we don't do tequila for me.
Perhaps rook
yeah,
checks. The
you
king goes
have
to g6.
And then I have this
No,
square.
we can't. We all know this. I'll see you Tuesday.
King c5, playing
Bye,
aggressively.
guys.
Bye, Erica.
Two. Oh, actually, where was the
So
king?
white probably screwed up, excuse my expression. White probably made a-
disadvantageously.
played disadvantageously somewhere earlier. This was an interesting endgame to this point, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of interesting moves were played.
Well, it's still quite interesting.
Yeah,
Say
yeah.
rook to a2, king to d5, rook takes king to e5. You play like Capablanca.
I like it.
Sacrifice the pawns, get your active king, the rook to the 7th.
A draw at least in that position, or a draw probably with that king.
Rook a2, king d5. I can go king f6.
Okay, that's
And the pawn at a7 prevents rook the check on the
beeline.
Yeah.
That's true.
And then if you go something like rook b7, I'll just play rook d2 check so that I push the king away, and then take rook into f7.
Nice.
Because there was no chance to play the pawn ending. That was probably just winning for black. So white has to go for a rook ending. Rook has to become active. King c5.
King c5 is a positive move, but king c3 might have been safe. But this sort of heads in both directions. It's good. That looks right. But rook a2. e7, king f6. Unfortunately.
Well, okay, I think you make a draw with the white side. Black is better.
Yeah.
But any of this with the, such as rook a2, check.
King d5, right?
Yeah,
Oh, no, king d5,
yeah.
King f6.
Well, it doesn't matter. You do pawn to f3, takes this pawn, check, you take. He comes after the f pawn. But you check on a6, push the king back to f7, and the king can get to the e5 square. So
King g4, rook takes f3, king e5, rook e3, king f5. That's got to be a draw.
that's a draw, yes. But black is a pawn up.
Black's
And if black tries to defend with pawn to g6, the king on f7, then
It looks to me like, yeah, you need to take, yeah.
so Daniel needs to play very actively to make a draw with the
What
white
if
side.
black tries to play pawn g7, king to h6, and keep the a pawn? So say play king f6 here, g6, king g6, and then your king can run to h6, and and then you advance the a pawn, and also play rook a2. Can you get all that in?
Oh my!
Whoa!
They agree to draw.
Okay, so there must
Daniel should have
there
played
was
on.
something else going on too. Was there what was the money situation? Are these the only guys with?
Probably fighting for top 2 slots.
Let's see. This is.
I can bring in this. That's the D. Right?
Yeah, this is.
Prescott had 3.5 sold, and Perlov had 3. Holding 3.5.
Oh, okay. So Prescott wins.
The tournament.
No, because there's people at 3. There's 2 at 3 that can tie in, unless they know what's going on.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna interview.
Let me.
Let me
Perlov. Yeah, just come in. We think you got a little lucky. We think you got a little lucky right here at the end.
Yeah, I also thought that. I figured that he'd get the rook on the 7th. He might be able to pick up a pawn on the h file, and I figured if he picked that up, I could take the a7 pawn.
Prasanna, do you want to sit down over here? You're not Nick DeFermian, but or actually, we'll have you sit here and be Nick DeFermian, and you're Nick DeFermian and you're Prasanna Rea, even though we don't have your name.
This is his opponent.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I can just probably sit.
Okay, yeah. Come and sit down. So you've got a guaranteed second place at 3.5. Oh, you both get 3.5, or you've got 4 points now. Oh, you've got 4
He's
points.
guaranteed tie for first.
You're guaranteed tie for first,
Yeah.
so you're like, okay, sure, I'll take a draw, but you're better here in the final position.
I'm like, because I think if I'm looking at like
you guys played a good end game. I thought. Like, I mean, coming back to here, can I just go back to this? Or actually, let's go through your whole game real quick if you want to.
Okay. I've got time.
So we were looking at, we had grandmasters and everybody looking at your game, and yeah, this. So, okay, good.
Yeah, so I ended up seeing that I could trap his queen if he decided to take the rook.
Okay, so this happened, and now knight a5 looks like a strong move, right? If b6, knight takes c6, or bishop f4 first. Okay,
so I was looking at bishop f4 first because I had the idea of potentially playing or kicking out that strong bishop of his with knight h5.
But what about knight a5 right now? See, I think black, you got a little lackadaisical. If you would just play b6 here, maybe. I mean, there's problems on the diagonal too, but somehow, like knight a5 would have looked good right here. But knight h4, we thought that was the wrong direction. We thought you were heading in the wrong direction with that. Bishop e4 we thought was a good move. And we thought, okay, then the knight came back. You're still pawn down, and with that to prove. And now, what about bishop d6? Right? Because what you want to do is exchange as many pieces as possible, catch up in development, and be a pawn ahead, right? So, again, knight a5 looks possible, but again, and what about knight a5 here?
So I was worried about that strong knight on e4. It was really powerful. There was no real way to kick it out.
But it wasn't doing anything, right? It wasn't attacking anything. If you play knight a5, you're going to win, but you're winning back the a pawn here, and hopefully another pawn there, right? So the knight at e4 is powerful, but it wasn't really doing anything. So knight f6, and if I was black, I think I would trade there so you don't lose any time, right? And then figure out a way to defend the complex, the pawn, to get your pawns rolling, at that point.
I was definitely scared of the pawn.
Yeah, so white's getting a little bit of pressure here, and now this was a good move, a4.
Yeah.
Knight g5. But then e3, it slowed yourself down, right?
Bit, yeah.
Like, what about just a5 right away?
I didn't want to lose the bishop in case.
But wait a minute, it's not losing the bishop.
Yeah, I would trade it off, but then he could defend against a5, scaring the knight away. Unless he didn't have time. In that case, I didn't see it through all the way.
Well, okay, so a5, right? The knight moves, and then rook takes b7. Right? Mm-hmm. And if knight takes f4 first, you could take back. Okay, if knight d5, rook takes b7. Oh, I guess you still have time for knight f4 because if rook takes e7, knight takes e2 check, and knight takes c1. You guys see that?
Yeah. I figured I didn't have
interesting
enough time.
stuff. Okay, well anyway, that's just a variation.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. e3 was played. Take. Rook b8, good prophylactic move. Although white started to create, and now some problems. And what happened here? If knight a4, knight d7, right?
Yeah.
So rook g8 was played, but that seems like you're walking into maybe rook c8. I'm not sure. a5, knight d5, and a6 looks really strong, but then black finds a series of really good moves, right? Nick DeFermian behind me here. F6 was really strong, and then this seemed to be going well for white, but
b6 would have been more solid.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I also thought b6 was a lot stronger.
Play b6 and just be like, I'm up a pawn, and you know what I'm saying. Like I've got a pawn, and I'm just gonna play rook c8 and defend that pawn, and then I'm gonna win. Try to attack the a pawn and win in a technical way, right? b5 requires a lot of what happens after knight a5 and da-da-da. You don't want to open up a can of worms until you know those worms taste good, right? I mean, so playing it safe. A good player knows when to take the risks, and then a good player knows when to be restrained and to take it slow. So I'm saying B6 might have been wiser in that respect. Although tactically, this by giving back the exchange like this exchange, somehow this ends up with a kind of an unclear position. This was well played by you guys to get to this, and this is, I'm not sure what should happen here. What do you think, Prasanna? International Master Prasanna Rao. What do you think of this position? This is the position that evolved into the other position, and yeah. Black has e5, but white can try to surround the pawn, but then black will lose the a pawn. So,
Yeah, maybe instead of playing rook d6, you can probably just break with e5.
that was Nick's first move.
I also
is
thought of
playing
that.
e5 right away.
Yeah.
The reason being that black has the bishop, and you want to break that block, open the game up, make that knight insecure at c5, right? And open up the position for the bishop. Once that knight moves out of c5, b3 will be possible, the pawn at a6, different dynamic possibilities here.
I also figured e5 was kind of scary looking. It was difficult to find because first of all I wouldn't have major control over like the H file because or the G file because from there he could break open even further and I wouldn't have any pawns to stop the king passers. I was also worried that with the bishop block being free he could gain a few tempos back by scaring the knight away.
Okay.
Something like that.
Well, E5 has, we have a grandmaster and an international master come up with its separate thoughts. I think it's the best move. Rook D6 is more restrained, but still a good move. Rook B6, though, I'm not clear about. Why not just play, you're not going to be able to play B3. Why not just play King F7 and then E5 or E5 again right away? But the rook was a little insecure there. It still is in a place where it's kind of like, I don't know. We'll see. King E2, white gets his king up really fast, and then F5, and that's definitely counterintuitive. Doesn't black want to play E5? So I'm not sure about that move. On the other hand, black only needs a draw in this game.
Yeah.
And that's something to remember too, which is an interesting strategical thought here. Black needs a draw for a share of first prize, so doesn't necessarily have to take great risks. And Elliot points out that E5 can be met sometimes with FE, DE, FE,
D and D5.
and D5.
Yeah, I was also looking at that.
It has its unclear qualities as well. So let's see what happens. And white obviously, is it right for white? Well, white has to do something or nothing and plays D5. And that makes sense. This is a lot of activity here. But black now has this, and like I said, there's a logic to all this in one way or another, and an inevitability to these moves. Knight d3, that looks like a great move. Rook a2, knight b4. This all looks very logical.
Yeah. I think probably just
you guys
then to play knight d3 and take knight into b4.
So let's go back to that.
Yeah. I think just keeping the knight on c5.
Okay, so last chance. What should white do then instead of playing knight d3?
Well, I looked at rook f1 and if there's any way for black to really move
No,
forward.
I mean just to keep the pawn on d4 and not push d5 at all.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so there's that thought back here. Just not play d5 and just move the rook maybe. Rook.
Right.
Good points. Play rook g1 or rook, and h4 if possible.
They didn't even look at rook g1.
So
That's
probably it's like very weird ideas to play this rook g1, g6, and play f3 and then rook g2, rook a2 and then knight b3 and bring the rook to a5.
Wow. So yeah, there's just all kinds of things you can do here. I think.
Yeah, I mean, this
Yeah, that's like a 5 moves in a yeah. So there's a million
because all the
possibilities.
pieces are kind of blocked of black. So I think that's the only way for white to improve.
I think you're listening. This is what international masters do. They tell stories about what might happen. And grandmasters, that's what they do. They tell stories of what might have happened. And that's what we're seeing. Okay, so let's see. Instead, d5. And there's a positivity about the play that is very appealing from both players. Rook a2, knight b4, bishop b4, king b4, rook a6, king c5, and now a draw which suits black just fine, and suits white fine for the very same reason, I guess. So, congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Hard-fought game, a good game. You guys represented the D section. I hope to see you in the C section and the B section soon. Yeah, good game. Thank you. Congrats. All right, I'm going to roll out of here for a while and let Vince and Nick sit down.
Well, let's hear about Vince's game. There was an action-packed game.
Yeah, I didn't know the theory very well, so
Do we have Vince's name on here? I don't think we put your name on here.
Well, we can introduce Vince here.
We can take, I don't know.
Let's get Vince in the...
Yeah, Vince, you got to sit inside the camera.
A little more. We have International Master Vince McCambridge here with us to discuss his game.
Yeah, you guys got to scoot in.
Which was lots of action in it. We'll start from the beginning. Queen's Gambit accepted.
yes.
And black also gets his pieces out very quickly. A3. Okay, that's you don't like the rook d1 immediately going for d5.
Oh, like I said, I don't know the theory. So, I mean, I thought a4 was probably the most obvious move, but I didn't. I just
Well, this is kind of nice. It's rook d1, bishop e7. So
it didn't seem like anything special for white to me. But
but you get to advance in the center, and this becomes very critical because you have a bit of control if he can push you aside. So bishop e3 looks good, and c4 is probably 4.
But now, I mean, strategically, I like his structure. You know, if I can't achieve anything with my majority on the king side, it seemed to me that he's going to stand very well.
Yeah, this bishop looks very nice here.
Definitely.
And he's developed, so his rooks can come.
So I started improvising.
Okay.
Which was a little bit dubious, I think.
So he takes a very principled approach. Rook d8 would stop your next move, but he's provocative and almost invites you to come into d6 with the bishop. It seems risky to me.
You think so?
Well,
I wasn't sure if the bishop was a strength or a weakness on d6. I mean, obviously, the octopus theme, but it's exposed to a lot of variations. Obviously, if I can get my queen to if I can play e5 and get my queen to f4, things start to look a lot better. But I knew there was going to be a lot of tactical complications here, and I wasn't quite sure that I was better.
Yeah. So you played e5, but how about your idea of queen to d2 to f4? Is that?
Well, okay, if I could do that in this position, then my b2 pawn wouldn't be hanging. I see. Well, I didn't actually consider that during the game. Maybe that's better.
I was just looking at the game and that queen d2 and.
Yeah, and then if rook d8, I can go queen f4. Yeah, then maybe that's better, Nick. And then I have a threat of E5.
Yeah, it's very risky, of course. I mean, if the bishop gets this pawn, that's a lot.
No, but I like that move. I don't see what black does. Queen D2. I just didn't consider it during the game.
Well, your move, you just told us now.
Hmm?
You just told us the plan, Queen D2.
Well, I think this fellow suggested it. No, you suggested it.
But Queen D2, I can still play Knight A5. I think it's really important to get rid.
Oh,
the
yeah,
bishop.
Knight A5 with tempo, yeah.
So the bishop on
Yeah.
D5 is not so easy. It's like the strongest piece, and I would like to exchange the strongest piece. So probably Knight A5.
So Knight A5, I probably have to go Queen F4 anyways, and then yeah. Let's do these.
Yeah, then I mean without the bishop on D5, the whole Queen D2, Queen F4 idea is.
The whole queen side is hanging.
Yeah.
So if we did like Queen to D2, Knight to A5, if we go Knight G5,
I think bishop into D5.
The queen takes on D5.
I think bishop G5, Queen G5, Rook E4.
Yeah, it's not anything for a pawn because you can double. So probably it's too slow. Queen D2, Knight A5. Yeah, just nothing.
I just heard Eric Lee won his game.
Oh, why? Okay.
Well, but what if I take to B7? That seems more critical now that I think.
Queen D2, Knight A5, bishop takes B7, knight takes B7.
Can he?
Pawn to E5? Oh,
Yeah.
that's sure.
E5.
Knight takes D6.
No, but then I take E to F6. Oh, but then you have Knight E4.
Yeah,
But I think for Knight A5, bishop B7, Knight B7, E5, I can also go bishop E7 and have next move Rook D8.
Yeah, it's all right. I could trade. Maybe. But anyway, that's also possible. But let's look at your move because a lot happened here. And so he goes Rook to D8 and things are really happening. And you play Queen E4, something like Queen C2. Is it? He just takes on E5.
Yeah, I thought that was the problem.
Okay, so you had to keep E5 guarded, and Queen to E4, and all the action happens here. Looks like Rook takes.
Yeah, I thought Rook takes D6 was the main move.
And then
of course I'm hoping for something like Bishop E7, which I'm pretty sure I'm better there. But obviously I'm not necessarily threatening anything right now. Maybe I could play Queen F4.
Yes, Queen F4, Queen F5, or something.
Or Bishop F7 and Queen H7.
So I kind of thought that he was going to do Rook D6.
So.
In one line, I looked at Rook takes D6, Bishop F7, King F7, Rook takes D6, and then I thought he could go the fantastic move, the fantasy move, Knight takes E5.
Yes.
After which I was considering if Knight G5 was probably a draw.
Knight E5, can just take Knight into E5, right? I mean, sorry, Rook D6, Bishop F7, King F7, Rook into D6, Knight E5.
Yeah.
But I can just take Knight E5.
Yeah, then Rook takes E5.
Queen into E5.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, can we, which are thinking Bishop takes F7, sorry, Rook takes D6, Bishop takes F7, King takes F7, Rook takes D6, Knight takes E5?
Yes.
Knight takes E5 check, and you want to play which move?
Rook takes E5, but
Rook
then
takes E5.
I can just take Queen E5.
Queen takes
Yeah,
E5.
I guess I
Bishop
was
takes
so
E5.
and then in that position, Queen takes, Bishop takes, Rook takes Queen, and then even though it's two rooks for two bishops, it wasn't that clear to me. If he could stabilize his bishop somewhere, like for example, if he could play Bishop E4 and F5 maybe, I mean, his bishops could be hanging, but if I just lose one pawn and he plays c3, I'm going to lose a lot of material back if I could stop the pawns at all. But yeah, the question is whether he can stabilize those bishops in that position.
No, bishop e4, I have this rook e1. I mean, so I think probably something like bishop c8 would be.
Yeah, well, that's basically what I'm saying. If he could stabilize the bishops, I understand bishop e4, rook e1, but if he could find a square for the if he could find a bishop's square for the bishops that they aren't exposed, then I would be in trouble, I thought.
But let's see the game. He just immediately played.
Yeah,
knight
this was a
takes.
fantastic. I saw some variation of this, but I obviously didn't see exactly what he did. I thought this was just winning for me, but obviously I was completely wrong. So maybe I should do something different.
If you take
But I don't see
here,
bishop takes b7. I thought knight d3. I mean, he has many moves. Of course, he could go rook takes d6, but I thought knight d3 might be not so good for me.
Bishop takes b7, knight takes d3, and yes, somehow he's winning the bishop, and
I mean, he could just play rook takes bishop, I think, too.
also yes.
Knight f3 check is also.
And
multiple ways to play this.
And knight takes doesn't help at all, does it? You just bishop takes.
Knight takes. Can he take, and then take on d6 and leave me kind of hanging?
Are we taking with the queen or the rook?
Well, we take with the rook.
No, knight sorry, I missed it. Bishop into, so knight into e5.
Bishop d5.
Queen into d5. Queen into d5, just bishop into e5, I guess.
Yeah, it seems nothing works except for your move, bishop.
But yeah, I was very happy with this position.
It looked fine, but then now he goes a rook down.
Now here we were wondering.
Yeah, and I'm completely helpless.
We were thinking maybe you'd take his bishop.
That's right. Bishop b7. I remember this now, Nick. Bishop b7.
Is there a bank rank issue? But isn't d8 protected?
He plays bishop h2 check. You play knight h2. He plays rook e4. You play bishop e4, and you have a rook and two pieces for a queen.
Oh.
For a queen and two pawns.
That endgame is also not so easy. I mean,
scary for both players. Yeah, but it's forced variation, right? Bishop b7.
Bishop e7. But black also has bishop into b2, not necessarily take bishop into h2.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's an interesting move.
Bishop takes b2.
Oh, yeah.
Then I could go.
Yeah.
It seems like
just
black
a
is
simple move. It's very strong, right? Yeah. It's just simple and strong. In fact, it puts black 2 pawns ahead.
Well, it's two pieces for rook. I mean, it's black is probably at least fine, but I mean, I could do something like rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and queen b1 if I had to. And then it's two pieces for rook. I'm not disputing that black is fine in that position.
Right. Yeah.
But I think I can play.
So black still has choices in this one too. And your line, is there any way out of this? All these pins. You have to take queen e6 with
amazing. Black is down a rook.
Double pins.
But I'm totally helpless. Yeah.
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 Surprising.
No, there's no move besides.
And this guy played a really good tournament. He should have beaten Ladia Jirasek in the last round. He should have won.
So there's just no.
I mean, the third round.
No.
Well, he did beat Elliott.
And he beat Elliott. Yeah, and now he drew you. He played very, very well this tournament.
I didn't see what else to do here besides F4. Maybe there's something, but I didn't.
No, it's surprising how little there is.
The whole rook down and still he's fighting. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that black has the advantage of rook down with a quiet move. With it, in a way, with two quiet moves. It's funny.
Well, yes, we looked at this a while. We also couldn't find anything for white, and yes, takes. So queen takes looks like an even ending or something, but you wanted to.
I thought he definitely had the. I mean, I thought I should be able to draw against him, but I thought he had the better half of the equality. I mean, certainly if he could get his rook activated, against my B2 pawn, I'm in big trouble. But yeah, maybe I should have played queen takes d5 because the way the game went was.
Now you have to scramble a bit.
Yeah. No, I actually considered.
E6. I was thinking you'd try queen f5.
Yeah, no, he should probably retreat here. He's probably winning. I assume a very strong player would win this with black.
No, I would not prefer after queen f5. I think white is still doing pretty okay.
Well, c3 was definitely a careless blunder, yes. But I'm saying like in this position, if he goes queen f6 or something to force me to
after
defend.
e6? Oh, sorry, yeah. e6, queen f6.
Yeah, c3 after e6 or e6. I think he should go queen f6.
Yeah, queen f6.
Force me to defend.
Yes.
And then he can start maybe advancing the c pawn. I guess what do I have to do? Rook b6.
Well, that's why I was thinking queen f5 first, and then if c3, pawn to e6, maybe that transposes to the game.
Oh, yeah, maybe so.
But that is like a tricky move. So queen f5.
Yeah.
c3. I play e6, right?
Yes.
So that's what happened in the game too?
Yeah.
Transposes to the game.
But if there is like a very pretty endgame, rook f8, and I have rook d8 here.
Sorry, at which point?
So queen f5.
So it's funny, the ending of the game was kind of an echo of that earlier situation where the best move for him was to go play a whole rook down, and I can't win.
Well, let's see.
Let's see the end.
Queen f5.
So I played e6, and he played c3, which I think is careless.
Yes, and then you played queen f5.
Yeah, and I think that maybe initially he was counting on rook f8, but I have
rook d8.
Rook d8.
But he pointed out there's actually another line which I had kind of looked at briefly, but that once I found what it. So yeah, rook f8, rook d8, and then rook takes queen f7, e7, and he can't followed by e7, and he can't avoid me.
Yeah.
But he pointed out another way to play on rook f8. I could play e7 straight away, and then I had only looked at rook takes, which looks strong, but he has queen b1 followed by queen takes f5, which stops the mate.
But there is also an interesting variation here. So rook f8, e7, rook into f5. I can go rook d8 check.
Right, yeah, he showed me that after the game.
And that's gonna mate, probably. King f7, e8, queen.
Yeah.
Well, does it?
King f6, rook d6 check, king g5.
Well, can I interpose the rook? F6?
No, I mean, I go queen e8 check, so you have to play king f6.
Not king h6? Sorry, which line are you talking about?
So here rook f8, e7, rook into f5, rook d8 check, king f7,
e8, queen.
Oh, okay, yes, I have to go to
king f6, rook d6 check, king g5, queen e3 check.
So in this position, he kept a very cool head and very, very impressive move. He played h6, which is, of course, a drawing move. I don't see that I have anything better than to win the rook. After which he, of course, has a perpetual check. Even if he could win my rook
Even if you.
And then
really
I'd have the
code-
better side of a draw. I mean, I have the passed pawn on e6, but of course I can't avoid
H6,
perpetual
is
check.
that really the move here?
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to win at this point because if rook f8, rook d8 was my intention. I mean, I can see now e7 is probably a winning move too, but rook d8
Rook
is a winning
D8.
move. Yeah, that was what I was going to do.
That would be winning also, your rook
Yeah.
d8 and
Because
Check.
if rook takes, queen f7, king h8, e7, and you can't stop the move.
and he doesn't have perpetual or anything.
Because the queen is at f7 guarding. That's amazing.
That's nice.
That is
Very
nice. It's very unusual too.
So I was thinking that was how the game was going to end, but instead he played h6,
So
giving
let's
away a
see
rook
his
with check.
move.
He gave away a rook with check.
Yeah.
My God, that's like
Or actually not with check, because he doesn't.
It's
Because queen
almost
f7, king
miraculous
h7.
the way this guy has played this game.
what a move, folks. What a move.
Somehow queen e5 doesn't work for white.
I'm sorry?
Queen e5 doesn't work really.
No, I don't know. I didn't look at it. Oh, interesting.
I mean, I just wanted to play rook
How about-
d7.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I like that. Domination.
But then he has queen c1 and probably just play queen g5 and everything looks defended. Or maybe
Very
you can
nice.
If rook d7, what does he do? Oh, just pawn to
c2.
c2 and the queen guards that, yes.
What? Is your
maybe
Chambers
you can
one?
play rook
Okay.
c5 here. Rook c5.
I'm sorry?
Here rook c5 instead of queen f7 check. Play rook c5, trying to keep the king going somehow.
Yeah, I guess I just viewed my own king as being so open. I didn't really pursue.
So what about then Queen C5, King H2, Queen E3?
You guys, it's funny. We're
Oh, but
looking
you
at
don't want to
alternatives to
keep
winning the
giving
rook.
up. Yeah. Chess is a science.
Well, you know, that's probably your check and e3, let him take the rook, and perpetual probably works too. There's probably no win here. It's a fantastic position.
Yeah.
The power of the pawns. And you just went in and took the rook, and there he is. You have a pawn on the 6, an extra rook.
If I had one move, of course, either queen f7 or queen c6 would be winning.
And now Black has a perpetual check, folks, back home. You
doesn't-
all should remember this.
Actually, queen c6 is not winning because he still has the perpetual. But maybe, I'm sure there would be some potential win, but I don't have the move.
Well, I think how old is your opponent, would you reckon?
I don't know, 14, 15.
He's got a bright future ahead of him. He beat an international master. He drew you, another international master, and he lost a game that he should have won against an international master. So the kids are tough. The kids are tough.
Well, quite a game.
Yeah.
I mean, he played a lot of very accurate moves.
Yes, he did.
Ezra, who will tie for second with Eric Lee.
Hey, congratulations.
Lottie, right, also?
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Ezra, why don't we get you in here?
I think you can.
You had quite a
Here,
tournament.
let me sit here, Vince. Vince, you can stay here. if you like.
Me to talk about my last round game.
Sure, give us some.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah. No, not
Yeah,
before
we'll
the
give
end,
you-
like for a while.
We'll give you your 15 minutes of fame. Come sit down.
All right.
Yeah. I'm here with Ezra
You were an
Chambers.
expert on both sides of Bishop G5 Knight, right? Like the leading expert in the world.
Yes, although I'm a little rusty these days.
Okay,
It was
so
like a win at the last two moves.
I'm here with Ezra
really?
Chambers,
Rook in game?
folks.
My major piece in game rather.
There was like king a2, queen b2, k7, rook c3, queen was on e5.
So
Yeah.
Ezra, did you win? You won your game. Let's take a look at this brilliant game.
I had like 30 seconds there.
Yeah, I know, that's why I was like, okay. But yeah, I was just checking and then.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the. So you won tie for second and third
I think so.
with
Yeah.
Eric Lee
I think also with Ladia, right?
and Ladia.
Because he had 2
Okay.
draws or something, or 1 bye and a draw.
Did Ladia win his last game?
No, he drew Chiron in the same one.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So, okay. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, show
I
us.
tried to go for it.
You're dying to show us where you missed a win in round 4 against.
I think he missed many wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not only that, the opening, I think I had, he misplayed it.
This is like the game of the tournament, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, he was
Here.
saying there's a win.
Okay.
Here.
Well,
No, not here.
we'll give you.
Not here.
Okay, so where were you winning?
He's.
Yeah, he
King
said.
E2.
Rook C3, Queen B2. Sorry. Yeah, Queen B2. Now take Rook C8.
Rook C8 was winning.
Rook C8 was winning. Okay.
Just the volume.
Okay.
Rook C8. So Rook takes C8.
Queen G2.
Queen G2.
There's no way to stop Queen G8.
I had the idea in a bunch of positions. I don't know why I didn't do that here.
Okay. All right, that's it,
What
Ezra.
if,
You just got your one chance.
Oh, King G5
We're gonna go to board 5.
and Queen A5. Okay.
Let's see your win rather than your loss today.
And a tie for second.
Yeah,
And a
I
tie
actually
for
misplayed
second.
this game quite
Congratulations,
horrendously as
Ezra.
well. I misplayed this game as well.
Okay, tell me when to stop. Ezra Chambers.
I think so far everything's pretty normal.
Okay.
That's already weird. I think Queen C2 a little bit weird, but it's not a mistake. I don't think.
Nick and I really liked a couple of your moves.
Yeah, Rook FC1 I didn't like at all. I think it's just a bad move.
You should probably play Rook A2 here.
Well, try to play E4. I think in the structure when you play CD.
White ran out of moves. It was really interesting. And
I don't know about Bishop F8, but I don't know if that was precise. Maybe Queen B6 first. But.
So now
A4. That's
we really like this.
Yeah.
Knight B. We were wondering what you were going to do, and now we're wondering. And so, what I want to know is
Yeah, Queen D8. I don't think was right. I should have tried to double rooks on the. I think to try to threaten always C5 and my idea was to play with the queen on E7 sometimes, but I don't know. It doesn't seem to pan out.
You seem to keep the advantage throughout. You've got better squares.
Yeah.
now
B4
that is the move that I
Yeah.
fail to understand.
Well, his idea is Knight C2, and then I can't go Knight A2. And win.
Is that an idea?
No.
Yeah, no, I guess it is.
That's the only idea I could see.
There's almost
It's the only
no
idea I
other
could see with
move.
that move.
Well, I guess White's in a funny way has run out of moves here. I mean, it is kind of bizarre. Okay, Rook A1, and hit his idea, but you just hold a nice advantage here.
Yeah, and then here I was kind of a little tired. Yeah, no, I think Queen E7, maybe just Rook C7 to E7 first. Black is much better, I think, here, and there's no reason to rush. Because Bishop G4 is kind of cheap, I thought.
All right, now here Nick and I were wondering
There's not even a threat.
why you didn't play Knight D3, but there is that pawn.
Yeah, Bishop takes A5.
There is
afterwards.
something hanging at A5. Okay.
And I don't know. It's better for Black, I think, but
Okay, so that's why you didn't play Knight D3
I just felt really
here
dumb
either.
after making these moves, and so I just went back.
But you seriously have a nice space advantage, and White. This doesn't help White at all.
I actually, yeah.
And this is just let's open up the game for the bishops. Yeah, this is just.
Yeah, and his king is so weak, and his pawn structure is bad.
This is like the way I would play with White. It's terrible.
Yeah.
That was a nice.
No, but I could have won a pawn.
Yeah, Bishop
G2,
Yeah,
and then take C5, and then Queen D5. And
or Bishop C4.
Yeah, so there's
This
different
is better,
ways.
yeah.
That's true.
I liked it so much that I made it, but I could have won a pawn. Wait, how was he saying? Bishop C4?
Bishop
Nick
C4,
didn't
Knight
even-
C4, Queen
yeah.
D3, but okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's also.
But that's bishops of opposite color,
Yeah, Bishop.
See,
Still come on, with the pawn on
Yeah, yeah.
What's interesting is that I looked. That was the first thing I saw. Whereas Nick likes H5.
Oh
and
yeah,
I-
his instinct was H5 too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both like
That's
that.
cool.
So there we see the poetry of the Grandmaster defeating the down-to-earth international masters and FIDE masters, who although no, you played H5 yourself. So so you rose to the level of the grandmasters. Yeah, felt right, exactly. So, and now it's inevitable that these two bishops are going to wreak havoc.
Yeah, his king is just
there's
his king is just too weak for too long time.
Even Kasparov would hate to be white here. Yeah, you're just.
I thought instead of knight d2, queen e2 was a better try. So that on queen g4 you'd have queen f1, but like it's.
You're just overwhelming him.
Yeah.
You know, something's got to give. Right. It's.
Yeah, and then you just like queen a bunch of moves.
Crashing in.
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, he doesn't resign ever.
He doesn't resign. Okay. Well,
changes the meaning of don't resign.
Okay. That position is one you enjoy playing on.
Yeah,
sure.
You should be happy that he didn't resign. So.
Yeah.
Nice game.
That's what happened to me once in a simul. I played someone, I just wasn't resigning, and they just stayed on my board. They're like, I'll play at this board. I like staying here.
Right.
They just didn't play it at any other boards.
Good game. And so, what do you think of this tournament? This was a good tournament for you?
I thought he was gonna play. When I registered, I was expecting him to play. I was expecting grandmasters also to play.
Also, I think the game that you lost was one of the best games of the tournament. So you have nothing to be ashamed of. That was a great game.
Yeah, well, I need to train more to see moves like the move Queen G2. I saw the idea. That was one of the traps I was playing for, but I didn't think it worked there for some reason.
The funny thing is you'd already played Queen G2, so it would have occurred to you. You just have to see Rook C8 first.
Yeah, Rook C8. Yeah.
So it would have occurred to you if you had seen Rook C8,
but not only that, but like Bishop takes A6. I thought it was a draw, like it says, because there's a lot of draws. But and I saw it like had a great position after Queen A7 or whatever. But like, I don't know. Yeah. You see him when Bishop takes A6.
You just want to play.
Yeah. And is just gonna hold it back.
Nick thought that Knight B5 was a wrong move too. You should have maybe played A5 and A6.
It was a wrong move.
A5 and A6.
For some reason I thought I was just gonna play A takes B5, but then Queen C5.
That minor piece configuration at the end was unfavorable for you.
Yeah. I should have either A5 A6 or just wait probably A5. Yeah, just A5. I don't know. I was gonna play A takes B5, but then Queen C5.
So what other games are going on here? Let's take a look.
See, we have most of the winners now.
We have
under 1400, under 1600.
This is still in the open section, and this is no longer prize money since Ezra has. Oh no, I think there's other prizes. There's a fourth place. So I'm in the open. Oh, but maybe you got all those prizes. If there were 3 of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Karen Griffith won the first place.
That line H6 G5 is theory, because I never saw that before. That thing you play in the game.
G4 H6. It's been played. It's an odd line. I think there's old games, but I don't remember them just now.
Because I never even was aware.
It didn't have a good reputation then, but Kyron's got his own ideas.
Right.
That's what you do, discover some new nuance.
Right.
Yeah, he seemed to claim Knight B6 as his own move.
He's really worked on that.
He really claimed, and that was right out of the opening.
I think that's Walter Brown's move.
No, in a different position.
Okay.
I think, in a different position. So.
But I was thinking of Bishop takes F6 after H6, but
So that's what happened in the.
Oh really?
Round. And
did he
Kyron
prepare
came in and showed us his lines. He really
Okay, I'll have to look at it for sure.
You were walking into preparation.
Oh wow, okay, I'll have to look at it for sure. Thanks.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, let's see what's happening. The tournament is winding down here.
It's winding down. We have This is the top, still in the open section. I'm going to play through the moves here. I can't believe that we're only here. Something must have happened on board 5? Or really, are we down to this?
Well, look at the times.
Yeah,
They're just in time pressure.
They're in time pressure, but it doesn't look like that could be right. It's only 28 moves. But maybe.
Well, I'll check on that in a second. Let's see the other game.
This is Ethan Boldy.
Oh, this was an exciting game.
This is the top board of... no, this is still in the open section. Right, okay, so he did find that. And black is going at him with the hammer and tongs, with the pawns. White's in trouble here, or has been.
Is that the queen?
Wow.
Oh, right.
Black is chasing white all over the place. Knight d4 or knight e3, right? Something's got to give here.
Well, you can fork and win the exchange. Knight e3, knight c2.
And on 93, yeah, I see.
Attacking. So maybe that's enough. I don't see a clean knockout punch.
Okay.
Knight h4 would require pawn to g4.
Right.
Pawn takes pawn on passant.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. Knight takes f3 check, winning the exchange.
Yeah, that's crushing.
That's probably even better.
Yeah. Okay. Even if white is left with bishop at g5 at the end, so what? It can't work. You're right. Knight h4 is just winning.
Takes, queen takes, check. King has to go to h1.
Black could even play d4 and bishop b7 or something. Sorry for some horrible attack.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
We think that's done. 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Christopher, oh no.
This is the game, the top game in the B section. Let's look at what's happened here, folks.
We've got this end game.
And he's going after that pawn.
Oh, well.
And we have
okay.
White with a passed pawn. Maybe it was better to take with the pawn, which would have left the pawn at b4, one step closer to queen. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he could have improved this a bit.
Yeah.
So now he's got a passed pawn.
Ooh, rook f6. Did that work? Let's just look. Did that work, Nick? Rook f6? I guess it does.
Yes, the black king would get in front of the pawn.
If king c5, rook f6, ef6, king c5.
So, all right.
King f7, king. Yeah, I guess that's. Well, I don't know.
So that's a nice move.
No, it wouldn't work, right? Because the black king would just stand in front of the pawn.
Yes, black. You can't trade rooks.
Yeah, you can't trade rooks. No good.
So I did rook f3.
But isn't that trading rooks too? But in a different way.
It's in a different way.
Okay.
You don't want to straighten out the pawns. King to c5 now. Wow.
And it goes this way. And now the exchange. All right. This is, wow.
Well, this is a complicated pawn ending. King to d5. Oh, why? How come he didn't go king to d5?
Well, the king's at b4.
Sorry, king to c4 to go to
Maybe
d5.
he would go e6.
Then king to d3.
I see, going straight after those. Yeah, king to b5 is a little single-minded in terms of trying to make a queen, which black is, I guess that's not the only move, Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so maybe this was, white's playing like a genius. This is even better than that.
Okay, now he probably has, oh, he didn't want to go pawn to e4.
What happens after pawn to e4? Pawn takes e4?
Pawn to g5.
Oh, so sacrifice the e pawn to create a pass pawn. Okay, that should be good enough, at least for a draw, right?
I think that's a draw.
That could be a win for black, even.
Actually, a very complicated pawn ending.
Very nice, Nick.
But actually,
beautiful.
To go back, this was very clever to do. Did he do it right, though? Every move is critical in a pawn ending. King here, he didn't go king to...
All right, so we don't have computer analysis here, folks. Not that that would probably help that much, but it would help some. But king, the ability to move the pieces would sometimes help us. And maybe we should be talking at some point soon about having that capability.
Yes.
So anyway, this happened.
King b6, very nice move, threatening king b7, forcing the king back, and then the white king becomes strong.
So now g5 and h5.
So g5, but king to d5.
Yeah, so black missed a chance with e4 there, folks. We're not sure what would happen. So what happened now?
King takes, king, and
is this still...
Maybe he's just in time for a draw. King. Didn't go king to e3. King takes. Well, maybe they're still getting...
Black loses it. Black lost the tempo.
The king should have gone to e3 to take the f3 pawn, ensuring a draw.
Instead of mistake by black, folks.
Okay, and then maybe pawn to h6.
What did he play?
Pawn to h6, but it's getting dangerous. Now, if king to g6, king takes king here.
King f5.
King f5, pawn to h3, king g6. Maybe it's
draw. Right, king f3, king g5, king g3. The end there.
King f5, king g6, king g3, king takes would win.
But the pawn was on h3.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I see. Oh, I thought it was. Okay, I'm sorry. I got the wrong.
Very complicated
variation.
But now he goes back again. He doesn't go in here. Takes. Yes. But king to g6. All right, we're getting our position. King takes. King to f5. King. Now, if king takes f3, king takes g5, and the pawn wins. So he has to go king to f5. And now, how do you win the game? Not easy.
King h6, king f6, I guess.
King h6, pawn to h3, and wins the game.
King f5, king h5, king f4, king g. Yeah, you're right. There's the tempo
but
you
if
need.
King h6, pawn to g4, pawn takes, king takes g4, surrounds the h pawn. So you have to start with h3. h3, king to f6, king to h6, king to f5, king to g7, king f4, king g6. King takes f3 or king g3, king g5 would win. So Tony Zhao could win his section with precise endgame play.
Wow, dramatic game, folks. Right down to the end game. And we have 2 other live games. This game, entering time, both players must be just racking their brains here. White's down a pawn, though. Now has somehow lost a pawn. So things are not looking...
Yeah, but at least he has the E file, so... some possible counterplay.
Okay. And that's in the open section, and the other remaining game in the open section is
Ethan Boldy against
right.
Did he? And he did win the exchange. He's crashing through here.
Let's see. It was this happened, and he went knight d4, knight c2, and as well as having exchange, he has the advantage of
centralized.
Yeah, better
pawns coming down,
crashing through,
and much more time. So
okay.
So the real excitement is on the.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The Tony Zhao Bradley Cooper game. And
okay.
Will he
Bradley Cooper game?
Excuse me.
We're getting tired here at the Mechanics Institute chess player.
Christoph Bradley. Will he find pawn to h3?
Elliot, I think, has said h3. This is a winning position for White. Elliot is probably using his computer at home, and but I don't blame him. And thanks for being here, Elliot, with us. Paul Whitehead, FIDE Master Paul Whitehead here with Grandmaster Nick DeFermi, who's right off the frame right now.
Now we're getting this, take a worm for the Gipper.
Oh, that was my saying something about the can of worms earlier, eating a can of worms. That if you're going to open up a can of worms, that they all have to taste good, was what I had said. In other words, you could play simply or you can play complicatedly. And if you play complicatedly and open up a can of worms, those worms better taste good. Otherwise, keep it simple, right? I guess that's what I was trying to say to these whippersnappers. Nick.
At this point, it all makes sense to me.
Whippersnappers, Nick. That's what those guys are. They're little whippersnappers. So you have to tell them about eating worms.
2 possible moves: king to h6, pawn to g4, and the game's drawn. Pawn to h3, the game is won. We can sit here while he's thinking.
I think h3 is an interesting looking move. It just wins the tempo needed to game the opposition, right? That's what's needed here. Is this an example of the opposition?
In the end, it's the opposition.
Yeah, in the end, it's the opposition. So this is a very instructive endgame here at the Mechanics Institute Chess Club. Between 2 B players, we can learn as much from the players in the lower boards as we can from the masters. Just different lessons.
While we're waiting to see if Tony Zhao plays h3, let's look at the others. Did we?
Oh, we never saw the finish of this. Let's see this.
Eric, my God, Eric Lee is a talent. We had this position.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Yeah.
And he did.
Okay, so black chooses this very kind
knight f6, and he controls the g4 square. So Eric plays queen d7.
Nice move, folks.
Hitting h3, which you can't allow him to come in.
And that begs the question: should White have played bishop takes f6? If knight g4 just wins here,
well,
maybe
rook has to come to a2. Oh, it didn't.
Yeah.
Wrong rook.
Why didn't he play rook a2?
Rook a2 to guard that. It
makes sense.
That was just
what happened here.
Just a mistake.
Rook a2.
Well, he didn't see this. He saw rook f1, thinking it's all fine, and Eric hit him with bam, knight e3 check.
Okay, the ability to finish the player off and to win a one game is the hallmark of a strong player. So this was clearly a bunch of blunders by White at the end.
Well, allowing the queen to come in so that you take with check. Trying to hang on, but he takes the bishop with check.
It's just murder in the
check, and then Howe takes another pawn with check. So
the technique is murderous here.
And now bishop to g4, 2 pawns up, threatening the queen, threatening bishop f3 check, which wins at least the exchange. And that was the end.
If I was White, I would ask myself, couldn't I have seen this coming? I mean, that's the question that we all have to ask ourselves when these kind of forced, horrible things happen to us. What was I thinking, and how couldn't I have seen this coming? And was there a way to avert this happening to me so that it never happens again, right?
All right, sounds like words of wisdom.
Words of wisdom, but... yeah.
We'll go back, see if, he did it. He just played pawn to h3. Tony's out, and that move should
he
win
played
the game.
h3. This is on board this is an ending that where, grandmasters have to puzzle out each move to make sure that precision and accuracy is reached. And we're seeing the same thing happen in the last round for all the money and with B players. So, I mean, this is terrific stuff here.
Okay, so the line will go King F6.
King F6 was played.
King H6, King F5, King G7, King F4, King G6. We'll see them.
But then King F3, King. Oh yeah. That's it. That's the end.
So we'll be seeing that in a moment. All the other
Brilliant
other
stuff.
games.
Nice, Nick.
And reached an end game, 1 pawn more for black.
This would be Karpov would have no problem with it, or probably any of the world champions would have any problem with this, I imagine, or even at most. This has got to be a win for black. I'm not sure about G5 though.
Well, we'll see them play.
What do you think, Nick? Is that's a clear win for black?
Well, let's see how they play. Has this game continued? Ethan Boldy against Mahesh Teas. And
something more has happened in this game that we didn't see before, but black still seems to be maintaining the grip here.
Yes, he's ready to push the pawn to F3.
As long as no horrible accidents happen with losing all the queen side and not being able to capitalize on the rest of this. We're joined here by International Master Vincent McCambridge. We're in the final throes of the William Addison tournament. You had a great tournament, Vince. You did. You didn't lose a game. And it's all 5 rounds you played? All 5 rounds, you didn't lose a game. This is a success. For me, that would be a great success. You know, congratulations. This is a tough field, man. This is the, you know, it's not easy mixing it up with kids. It's like, that's real boxing, martial arts kind of stuff, if you ask me, you know. Kudos to you.
Toying with the trick of knight takes e3.
If he can get knight takes e3, he's back in the game.
What about queen g5 here?
Yeah. Queen g5 also very good, but bishop.
Well, he's putting a
C7.
bishop on that diagonal.
Yeah, you can play bishop c6.
Bishop keeps an eye on the. You know.
Oh, it should be over. It should be very over. 2 minutes left.
Yep, not looking good for Ethan Boldy in this game, but anything can happen here. Both players are in mild time trouble.
Yeah, all you need is one blunder. If it's bad enough. And what's happening?
This game.
Okay.
Oh, he played it. Played king e5 instead, Nick. That's interesting.
Well, he can play king f4, but then king f6.
Yeah, doesn't change anything.
White's still going to get his one pass pawn that can't be stopped.
Right. Terrific play by Tony Zhao there in the end, in the end game.
He played the end game very nicely.
Yeah.
Now, what section is this?
This is the B section.
Okay.
This is the B section.
Good.
I'm going to go peek out there, you guys, for a minute and see the end of this game.
Three games left on our broadcast. That's. Oh, here we got an end game. Well, that was a bit odd. That went quickly down. It's now a pawn end game. If we go back a little bit, White just traded things off. That wasn't good. And desperately trying to hold on. Pawn to f5 is the play. And as long as Black doesn't allow a blockade, it's an easy win. Just an extra pawn.
Although after f5, so White should maybe play.
Sorry, man. Could you take this a second? Sorry.
So I was just going to say on the same game, there's no entry square. But it seems like Black can just trade and then play h5 and eventually force an entry with the king.
Yes. Yes, as long as he doesn't play pawn to f4, which would lock everything up.
Yeah, that would be a blunder.
So he could still blunder, but looks like we have 2 winning pawn endings. And back to Bradley, to Christoph Bradley, and Tony's out. Oh, well, he decided in for a penny, in for a pound, lose 2 pawns, hope for some stalemate or something. But, well, that just doesn't work. So, okay, there's the...
That's all right, when you can't make.
And the one that was exciting, okay. Oh, he sacrificed a bishop. What happened here?
Oh, I don't know if it was a sacrifice. Maybe he overlooked the check.
Takes. Oh, did he overlook that check? My God. Well, he gets pawns for it, but the other was just a clean win. Now it could get a little complicated. How many checks are there? Can you go pawn to f3, threatening mate? It looks like Black is still winning, but it's gotten a little complicated now.
Yeah.
Probably pawn to f3 is enough. 2 connected pass pawns on the 6th rank. That's pretty good. Queen d5 check, king to d7. Good play. Oh, and then you could play knight takes e3. No, then rook takes, there's no check. Queen d5 check, king d7.
What do you mean king d7? You mean king g7?
Sorry, king g7.
No, f2 looks straightforward, right?
Yes, f2 wins a piece. Doesn't look like any way out. The bishop's trapped.
Yeah, queen d5 doesn't do anything. King g7 and there's only the check on d4.
Yeah, that probably it was hopeless anyway, but I think he had to do queen d5 check and pawn to c4 to get the bishop into check. Oh, I'm sorry, he was threatening mate, so bishop to g3. Probably it was completely hopeless in any case.
So this is the position Black played f2, right? Oh
yes,
no, it's Black's move.
Black to move.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Because if it's White to move, maybe Queen d5 followed by c4 would offer some hope.
Pawn to f2 should just wrap it up. Quick look at the other 2 games. Okay, well this is just a pawn ending, just absolutely hopeless. Hard to say which pawn ending is more hopeless. He resigned. So Martin Malin, he won. Does he get a prize, Paul?
I don't think so. I think that the second. I'm not sure because I'm not sure. But let's see. All right. Griffith first with 4 and a half with 4.5. Correct. Chirasak finishes with 4. Ezra Chambers finishes with 4. You had how many points?
3.5.
So you finished with 4.
No, I haven't finished with 3.
Oh, you finished with 3.5. Okay. So, so that's Jurasek, Chambers, and Eric Lee who won, all finishing with 4. So they split second, third, and fourth place.
Okay.
So that's it. Wow.
So ending
Amazing.
the pawn endings. Let's see. Any? I think
we're done.
All done.
Number 5, you just finished.
Oh, the number 5th game. Is this the Boldy game? Yeah, board 6. What
Yeah.
happened? Oh, yeah. So we still have 2 more games to go. Right.
Yes, 2 more games in the last stages. F3 actually threatens Queen F3 mate.
That's a good move.
So like Bishop takes F2.
It's like my favorite move. Pawn takes Queen mate.
Well, there's nothing to be done.
Well, let's say white checks with the queen. That's what I'm always afraid of. Checks.
King G7.
Yeah, King G7.
And then you can go Bishop takes F2. Pawn takes F2, King 2.
Why not Queen check? Why not do that mate?
Well, if you do Queen to D5 check.
Oh, Queen to D5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cover the diagonal.
King G7, and then
Sacrifice the bishop, King to G2.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, Bradley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bradley,
Since you figured this endgame out, Nick went over that endgame with a fine-tooth comb. So you guys, Grandmaster Defermian, so if you guys can sit down and take a look at that. Awesome. Yeah, both of you guys. Both of you guys.
Oh, yeah, have a seat, guys.
Both of you guys get a lesson from the Grandmaster.
Hi, Twitch.
Okay, you guys got to, you played a game and this was, this position, like if you, probably better to go Rook F2 and then Pawn to B4 and get the B pawn, but takes, and it's a very, so Pawn to C4 and you want to go Pawn to C5 and Queen. Push. It's a little hard to
Yeah, I thought my rook just blocked the king off.
block the king off. So this was quite a good try here.
Yeah, it
Right
was.
there. And then
Rook
F3. So if you go pawn to E4,
Rook E3.
Rook E3 down,
I would just take
takes, push,
Mhm.
takes pawn here, check, rook gets behind. It's a possible other defense, but let's go to this very interesting pawn ending. C5 takes. Okay, takes, king. And you go king to D's. Yes, you're threatening king to B6 and the pawn moved queen. So you had to get in the way. And king, and you had to get in the way. The king came over. So interesting is to go pawn to E4.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
It's still,
I kind of thought he'd get there before I had a chance to do anything.
we can't move these pieces. But pawn to E4, pawn takes, pawn to G5, king, pawn to G4, king, and then maybe this king comes up. And I think that had good chances for a draw to go pawn to. But it's a very complicated ending. But there, then that king is close enough. And this might just be lost at this point. Takes, and you go for the E pawn.
Yeah. I think, should I have gone for the F?
No,
Didn't black miss a chance with King D4 instead of King D5 though?
Oh, a little later. Also, if you went pawn to H5 now, and pawn to G4,
I thought if h5, I would go king f5.
King f5, pawn to g4, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, king takes, pawn to h4, pawn to e5. Looks like your king is close enough for his, but that one goes through. So that's true. So you take, good move, take, and now there. If you just run directly for this pawn.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw the draw.
Yeah,
king
then
d5, king e3,
king,
then it's a draw.
king.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because I was expecting what he played, but then I saw king d4.
King
and then
d5 was the
that's a draw.
fatal slip up here,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard after a long tournament, a long game. You're tired. That's.
Because what I was thinking was if I go for that pawn, he's gonna go for the pawn
Yeah, but
on the
the
g5.
way it ends up, you're
and then
when
h4.
he can't protect his h pawn at the end. His king is too far away from his h pawn in the very. So that's
And
the
at the
difference.
least, you could get one of those positions where your king stands next to his king and prevents the king from coming out, and he can only stalemate himself by playing h7 at the end and with his king on h8, because your king prevents his king from coming out. But I think he's right. You're just going to catch the h pawn anyway.
So this is just one tempo too slow. King there, and now there's no good place to move the king to. So you defend the pawn here. Now
This is very well played by white now, right?
Now it's winning. Now there's no way out, and you make a really good defense here. King to here.
This was just, and he finds h3.
I saw him reaching for the king too. I was like, move the king. But nothing, no.
Yeah, if you,
if king h6, king
right
f4,
here.
g4, he wins. Yeah.
Pawn to g4 and a draw.
Right.
And I had to
You
play
have that
h3.
draw, yeah.
But you thought h3 and just
That's it.
can't stop.
Yeah, just
White
triangulation
from-
there.
Yeah, and king g7, and you the king gets him back.
That was nice.
Well,
I can't do anything about that.
No, but anyway, you had a great tournament.
yeah, and just the king d4 would have held the whole game in balance. Amazing.
Well, Tony, congratulations.
Yeah,
There have been some great games
Good
here.
game.
Yeah, this is one of them.
Oh, do you need the
Yeah, I guess maybe I don't know. Yeah,
Give us the
it's
copy.
FIDE rated, so they want a copy.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, good game. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. These guys are precise.
Next time.
Precise. Precision. I like Mr. Brown. He's a great competitor.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay, the last throws the position. Exchange and 2 pawns up. I think we can count on Mahesh to win this.
Yeah, this game will actually get played out to May. I'm not sure that what people think about that. Apparently, players throughout history have played out till mate, and including some illustrious grandmasters. So I'm not really sure what to think about playing out to mate. And part of it, I guess, has to do with the intent behind it, right? Sometimes it's used in a way to show contempt for your opponent, but not in this case. So it's becomes an interesting exercise as well.
Well,
for both players.
This one looks pretty simple.
Mm-hmm. So an incredible tournament, the Addison. As we're watching it wind, one of the board 6 in the final round. This game has no influence on the money or anything else. It's just the last game of the tournament. or one of the very last games of the tournament, being played out on board 6 between Ethan Boldy and Mahesh Tejas. And
looks like
it's being played for the glory and the rating points and all that stuff.
Okay.
14 Rabbits, thank you for joining in with Elliot's and our millions of viewers.
Okay. Well, one of these days, millions of viewers. But this is great. We love all the support we get out there.
Yeah. Live from downtown San Francisco, the Mechanics Institute.
Even if Boyd had his bishop in this position, it's probably still be lost.
Yes. Now the pawn runs for a touchdown. He's on the 20-yard line.
Yeah, pretty tough fighting knight against the rook.
Knight c3 is the only way to stop it and get pinned. Well, this one I'd say would be safe to resign when the pawn.
This game will be, as I said, this game will be played out till May, and but like as I said, I'm not sure of how that what is going on exactly.
But he probably doesn't have enough time to resign. He probably, just although with the increment, he probably could think it out. And,
Knight f6. There we go. I like this move. Can take the pawn. He can take the knight. He can get a queen. Okay, hoping for stalemate.
That's another aspect of chess we haven't touched on today is stalemate.
I think it's mate in 3. Let's.
And for a chess player, this is, the equivalent of watching paint dry on a wall, but it has its amusing points as well. King, knight, knight, rook versus king is a theoretical win.
Okay, you were right again, Paul. It ended in checkmate.
Okay, so that ends the DGT part of this broadcast. All the games are in, and the winners of their sections of the Addison tournament. Thanks for showing up, everybody who has, both here at the club and online and everything.
We'll see you our next event, but Tuesday night with the Paul Whitehead show.
I don't think so. It's Tuesday night live at the Mechanics Institute. And there's a lecture also, which we archive on YouTube, of Nick DeFermian's lecture, Tuesday night lecture.
The last game?
What's that?
The last game?
It's all. I think it's all done.
Yeah, it didn't have any relevance to the prizes or tournaments. So.
Oh no, there's one game. No, it's over. It's the game that's ended in checkmate.
Yes.
Black has won on board 6 after 71 moves. Spectacular event, and the Mechanics Institute will be back on Tuesday night at 7:30 p.m. We'll start streaming Pacific Standard Time. Thank you, Vince.
Thank you, Paul.
We'll start
I just
streaming.
want to say thanks to our head of technical services, Juan Zendejas, and the tournament organizer, Abel Telementes. So
the 19th Addison has been a resounding success. Thanks, everybody. And there is the playing hall and the tournament director, Abel Telementes. Good night, and we'll see you on Tuesday night. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
he won the game.
Oh, okay. All right. We have one more player here. And what board was this?
This one. Board 6.
Board 6. Okay. You guys weren't playing for the money, and I know he played out till mate and all that. But show us your game. Yeah. This is congratulations. What was your final score?
3.5.
Okay. A very good score in this tournament. What's your rating?
My rating's 1932.
Okay. And so are you going to be an expert after this? Expert rated?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay, great. Ethan Boldy is an expert, right? Yeah, 2100. 2100. And what other players did you play?
I played against John Wang.
Okay. Yeah, anyway, we're still here, 14 Rabbits, that we're on Twitch and streaming. You want to show us your game?
Can I flip it around?
Yeah, but we don't have Stockfish here, so and we can't make moves. We have to do it in our heads and explain to the audience what's going on. So go ahead.
This was all.
Okay, you flipped the board. That's great. We haven't done that yet. Thank you.
So I continued with knight e7 and then with the plan of knight g6.
I like it. It's a good plan.
I have the pawn structure I was aiming for was e5, d6, c5, and c6.
Nice.
So my c5 pawn was protected after.
Right, and okay. And black if white plays
played d3. So his plan is knight c3, knight a4, and then b3, bishop a3.
Perhaps. Yeah.
So by that way, I was kind of surprised after c3 was played.
Right. This is probably maybe not that effective.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I played bishop e7.
Okay.
He played rook e1. I continued with castles. Though after e5, I would still. After castles e5. I would play f6, and then
very good.
I would have the double bishops to compensate for any pawn structure weaknesses. So he played d4, which I kind of thought was a bit of a mistake because now d5 was allowed.
Okay, you're going to be fine here. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to be fine.
I think black has equalized by now, or just better.
2 bishops and an open position, and so black should be fine.
Here I played bishop e7 instead of taking on d4, because if I took on d4, I think maybe I would have my c6 pawn would have been a bit backward.
Okay.
So I decided to just be a bit more flexible.
I like it. And you sort of want him to play e5. You're going to take on. You're going to
take on d4 and then c5.
And then you'll have f6 later on as well. So this is giving white nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
So he was forced to take on d5. I think his plan was,
I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
Well, after knight b3 and then cd4, d takes c4,
and
takes c4 and c5.
That's a possibility.
Yeah. So I believed his plan was knight b3, but he then switched around to knight f1.
Okay. Black's got a nice game.
Yeah. I played queen c7, so my plan is now to push e5 to open up the b7 bishop.
Sure.
Diagonal.
Open the game up. Black's nicely placed here.
So rook d8 was to defend d5.
Because you want to play for
e5, and then I wanted to push d4 maybe. After bishop d6 and knight g4, I actually made a mistake with f6. Rook takes e6 is not possible because of bishop c8.
Right.
But here he exploited it very nicely with d takes c5.
Okay.
So after bishop takes b4, he gained the initiative and the advantage.
Actually, I think you're wrong here. I think black is considerably better, and we thought that this was. I'm sitting here with Grandmaster Nick Fermian, and we're just like, black is better here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The 2 bishops, the attacking formation, the mobile pawn structure, white having no solid squares for his pieces. Mm-hmm. I think black is has that attacking stance is better here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. we're all pretty much in agreement. And this maneuver that he did to exchange off the c7 bishop, that didn't really change anything.
Yeah,
did it?
because it turned out to be opposite colored bishops. So,
but it
and
turned
the
out
attack came.
well for you. Still, yeah, for your attacking. Well, anyway, I'm just blabbing on. Go ahead.
So I played queen d6 to reroute the bishop to c7.
Mm-hmm.
Pushed a5, bishop c7. He played knight d4.
Right.
I considered f5 here, but I think there was a slight problem after knight b5.
What about
queen
rook
d7.
takes c6 too?
Rook takes c6 is a possibility. I was thinking of queen d7 and
You just have a nice game. I mean, you can play salt. So what did you played?
I played e5.
Yeah, that was good. It's just simple.
Solidify everything.
And this exchange does not help white. Your black continues to have a nice advantage here.
Yeah,
I think.
So queen e2 was to stop f5, obviously. I played rook e8 to renew the threat. He played rook c1. I think his main point was to stop d4, so I continued with f5 anyways. Pushed f4.
Yeah, this is just like this is wonderful stuff. This is the
are all
initiative and the attack and all those things that we like to have when we're playing chess, and moves that just kind of flow, right?
Yeah.
And different, So you're already creating concrete threats like f3 and d4.
And knight takes g2 maybe.
Yeah.
There was a nice line after knight takes c2, king takes c2, and I believe f3 check. So after queen takes f3, there's d4, and that pins
That's
queen
true.
to king.
Yeah.
So he had
Stuff
to deal
like
with
that,
that.
yeah.
Immediately with queen g4. I defended the knight. Queen f6.
So his queen will eventually prove to be a target on the king's side, and your queen wanted to come to the king's side anyway. So this is another failed strategy on white's part. This is, and which you take advantage of, I think.
Yes.
Well,
I played bishop c8.
Mm-hmm.
Queen h5.
And
g6.
white's just losing here.
Yeah.
Okay, so go back one move. We looked at what we thought was a more precise sequence, which was playing knight h4, and if g4 forced, right?
Yeah.
F takes g3 on the queen.
Yeah.
Queen takes g3, knight takes f3 with winning another pawn, and then taking the rook at e1.
I was looking at that too, but I thought after knight takes f3 check, king h1, knight takes e1, and then bishop g5.
Yeah. Actually,
I didn't see a
for
mate.
a second. That's an interesting point.
I didn't see the mate after queen c6, so I decided to just play knight d4, knight c2.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. We were maybe being a little lazy. Your move is practical and fine and very strong. Yeah.
And knight c2. Take d4.
And now you're just rolling him up, as they say, rolling him up. And this doesn't help at all.
No, it didn't. Here I was thinking of bishop b7.
You always
and
have to
bishop
be
c6,
precise.
but
Of
rook
course.
e8 is just a bit stronger in that sense.
Rooks belong behind.
Pass pawns.
How did you get black at the bottom? There's a little circle thing we'll point, it's right here. It's right there. It's on the DGT board, you just flip it, So, that's crushing, of course.
Push d3. I was just trying to push my pawns down.
Yeah.
Here, d7.
Very well played by you. I'm just, but I mean, you have to win. You get a one game, and then you have to win a one game, and you're doing just perfectly fine with it. Your technique is good. You're making threats. You're not giving anything away, and you're seeing what he's trying, like knight e3 and stuff like that. And now he's just getting desperate.
Here I played bishop takes b5. I think this just simplifies the position.
Which is always a good thing to do when you're winning as well. Yeah.
And f3. Here I think he missed queen b8 check and queen g3, so I don't see how that's going to change anything.
No, because you're going to take on g3.
G3 and then push f2 or e2 and so on.
Yeah.
So he tried to keep the queens on the board then.
That was we were looking at King G7, which won as
Yeah.
well. But Queen E6 is practically that's even stronger. Yeah, why not? Just keep forcing of another forcing move.
I think after King G7, the queens were still on the board.
Exactly. Your judgment is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were getting loopy at the end of the evening, and you're the one playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see things more precisely than we are. We're going to catch obvious blunders, but that's about it. We're too tired. Yeah. So, yeah, this is much better than what we were looking at, of course, and this is just an easy technical win. And so you win what prize in which section? That's right. You're playing for the glory and the rating points.
Glory.
Congratulations, man. Good job. Yeah, awesome. All right. Thanks for playing at the Mechanics Institute. Is this the first time you've played here?
Yes, it's my first time.
Well, please come back. We're so proud to have you here, and you did well. So, and what did you think of the tournament?
I found it actually quite exhilarating. I found it actually a bit more fun than the usual tournaments I used to go to.
Is that right?
Yeah, because I think it's just because I like playing with keyboards. They're just nicer pieces.
Yeah, that was cool. That was very cool. And what's your rating? Yeah. You'll be an expert. So, where do you live?
I live in San Ramon.
In San Ramon. How far is that from? I'm not very good with Bay Area geography.
About 45 minutes.
Okay. Is it north, south, east, or west?
It's south.
South.
Like east, something like that.
Okay. South Bay. Okay. Yeah. Well, come back whenever you can. Yeah. We're gonna have lots of tournaments. We have tournaments every month for you to play, and for everybody all over the Bay Area and beyond.
Yeah.
Come down to the Mechanics Institute and play some chess with us. Okay. And that's it for tonight. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you on Tuesday. Okay, good night, everybody.
Yeah.